Well, a pleasant good afternoon from the Sports Club Evelary. That's the Guyana Police Force Evelary ground. I greet you with the news that we are about to witness the grand finale of the Commissioner of Police T20 cricket competition. So the two teams are already gathering themselves. I'll just tell you in a moment that headquarters won the toss and they have elected to take first strike. And just to let you know also that the headquarters are the defending champion from last year. So they won themselves some $300,000 last year. The runner-up got 200, and the third place playoff they got 100,000. Now the third place playoff just concluded, and that was between TSU and region number 2. TSU winning the third place playoff, so they are in the third position. So at the top here this afternoon, headquarters will be defending their title, and they'll be coming up against the officers of the Guyana Police Force. Just interacting and exchanging with one of the young officers who played. Actually, we worked together at some stage at Channel 6, but he's here today. He was a part of the third place playoff. So Matthew Kissoon, who would have exhausted himself a short while ago on the public address system, he's finally settling down into the commentary box. So we're about to start. Let me just remind you that headquarters won the toss. They've decided to take first strike. And they're coming up against officers. So the officers are in the field. Now this has been a competition that involved basically all of the regions and sub-regions. I think as far as I checked, region number 4, because of the population and the size and the geography too, they have had representative, more than one team actually participating in this competition. Matthew Kissoon, how are you doing?
Hi Naeem, good afternoon to you, good afternoon to everyone viewing on FL Sports, not only in Guyana but the Caribbean and around the world. Yes, the police tournament is always of high standard. There are a number of good cricketers here. They play first division and second division cricket. And as we get ready for the first ball from Stephen Harris, who's actually been one of the better all-rounders, one of the better finds for police cricket, he will kick off for the officers bowling to Kevin Bodie, who actually would have played into county cricket for Essequibo. He's been around for a long time, got a good score in the semi-finals, the first semi-final that was played, and ensure that headquarters got into the finals today. So good weather, nice breeze blowing across from the Atlantic, and an enthralling contest on here for this finals of this year Police Commissioners T20 Cup as we get ready for the first ball. But Naeem, yes, it's been a good standard this year so far. The tournament has been set ablaze with some good performances, and only in the third and fourth place playoff just now, a young man named Lance Roberts, playing for Region 2 from Essequibo, got 100. He got 70 yesterday, so there have been some good performances, and that, incidentally, is the first 100 scored for this year in the tournament. Game watched by Police Commissioner Clifton Hicken and other dignitaries. First ball.
Wide of the off stick, taken by the wicketkeeper. Nice even bounce there from the strip here at Evelary. And this has been a significant characteristic of the pitch at Evelary. Nice even bounce, good for batting. Kevin Bodie will relish the conditions here at Evelary. High winds. Kevin Bodie has had a tremendous start up in 2025. The most prolific batsman in the just concluded ACS Tour of Guyana. Off the mark, so to speak, Kevin Bodie scores for his side as well, one without loss.
I think he's one of the players who would be disappointed in not going on to greater things. As a young cricketer who's come through the ranks, would have played a lot of cricket for Essequibo. He plays cricket as well in Georgetown. He plays for Police, if I'm correct. And he has captained the first division side as well and so on. But unable to really go on to doing bigger things himself as the left-hander comes in to strike to take his first ball. But certainly must be disappointed, but nevertheless still very much in the game of cricket and playing a lot of cricket.
Well, I've said so much about Kevin Bodie over the past couple of months. Pitched up on about the line of the leg stump, easing into the onside field. High windy conditions really filling up the... And the last match I did here just last week, we also had very high winds coming across the ground. So a picturesque sight, way in the distance, all those new massive hotels. And the Guyana Police Force, of course, their headquarters just over the road, so to speak. We're actually circled by them.
Right, Pornell London is the other batter. He plays for Police as well at first division, second division cricket, whichever he's available for. He got off the mark, so it's 2 without loss. He's a left-handed batter, and Bodie's the right-hander. And these two have done well at the top opening for headquarters. Nicely worked off the paths for a run, Kevin Bodie. Stephen Harris, on the other hand, I remember him when in my early days of umpiring him, he was playing second division cricket for Ace Warriors. That's a team, a second division team that originated from the Rheinbelt area, West Rheinbelt, East Rheinbelt. I used to live in West Rheinbelt. Sean Devers lived in West Rheinbelt. He's living there back now. And Ace Warriors would practice not on proper pitches outside the off stump. Loose shot there from London. But you saw the talent in him immediately. Bowling well, batting well, and has developed into a fine all-rounder. And he is a part of the Guyana Police Force, of course, and playing his cricket for them now. Doesn't play for Ace Warriors, of course, anymore. But the team still exists, and the team is still doing pretty good.
That one went under the bat, actually. Just pitched up, right up in the block hole, and London playing over it. That's the end of over number 1. Very strong, windy conditions here at Evelary. And the grand finale between headquarters. They're batting first, winning the toss. And they're the defending champion, by the way, coming up against the officers. And so we expect quite a good battle. We've got some good players in the two squads.
Yeah, evenly balanced side, to be honest with you. The officers have got some good all-rounders. Of course, Budram, the captain, he's been around a long time. He's a big man now. But they've got Ali, the vice-captain. You've got Stephen Harris, and you've got the Ben brothers. As you would know, Trevor Ben would have toured with the Guyana side a number of years back, but never played for Guyana. Trevor Ben, the fast bowler, a sprinter as well in his time, would have gotten a few medals on his belt for being a sprinter and a long jumper as well. That's Trevor Ben. Troy Ben, his other brother, he's the man with the golden arm, and he's the man that also bats well. He tends to open the batting for officers. A good, consistent cricketer is Troy Ben, but his brother Trevor Ben now comes into the attack.
But I think I saw Kemal Savory in the side as well.
He's the franchise player. Kemal Savory. You look at the teams now. Ravindra Budram, the captain, and there's Bernard Bailey. His father is a coach, of course, is a coach. Sullivan, Garfield Campbell, Ivor Trotz, Joshua Budram. That's the son of Mr. Budram, Ravindra Budram. Then you've got Kevin Gravesandi and others. So you look at the teams, evenly balanced teams, good batting and good bowling, and a lot expected in this finals.
So we've lost the sunshine actually. The weather forecast says if we're going to have a shower, it's going to be just a sprinkler. So I don't think there's an immediate threat, but it's dark clouds hovering over the northern horizon. Down the leg side, that's a negative ball. That's something, it's a sin in T20 cricket. Anything that goes down the leg stick, a wide is being called.
The umpires for this final, umpire Moses Ramnarain, former headmaster in Essequibo, very experienced. He's at square leg, and of course you've got Gas. Well, they call him Gas. That's his call name. He's at the striker's end.
No, they were thinking about a single and then cancelled it.
Right, Trevor Ben over the wicket. Strikes him on the body, loud appeal, everyone going up for the officers. I'm trying to ascertain what happened there. If maybe he got a glove onto that. Let's watch on the replay again. Yes, thinking that he got glove onto that loud appeal, taken by the keeper. Not out, says umpire, the umpire. And that's one for the over, so he cannot bowl another delivery. That's going to go over the shoulder. That will be a no ball and a free hit. But aggressive bowling nevertheless.
Well, I think that ball was quite a distance away from the blade of the bat. From this vantage point, I thought it was quite an ambitious appeal rather than one of conviction.
The thing about the officers bowling is that outside of Trevor Ben, they've got good spinners and so on, but he's got the pace. Inside edge, a French cut, you call that, down towards long leg, and you'll get two for that. But the thing about their bowling is that they bowl with intelligence. They're smart. The other fast bowlers, they don't have the pace, but they keep the ball on good lines and good lengths. And that has been one of the pluses for the officers in these tournaments that they play. They just know how to bowl to the opposing sides. And even if headquarters are looking for in excess of 200 plus runs, they've got to work hard for those runs. Look at that French cut just now, one certain shot there from Buddy.
Well, Bodie has had a wonderful season so far, or year, may I say, 2025. He looks very, very composed, very compact, and I'm so surprised at the point you made earlier. They'll get a single eventually. Bit of bad work there and backing up. But I would like to see Bodie go on to the bigger times, and of course age is working against him. But I think he's a very composed, very compact batsman.
I know for sure he times the ball well. He's a hard hit of the ball. Very good time. I think one of the downfalls or one of his weakness is simply looking to play too many big shots, and many times he would choose the wrong ball to go after, and that would bring about his downfall. And that has happened to him on a number of occasions. But a big hit of the ball he is. He times the ball well. Good strike of the ball. So London is on strike. So a bit of a struggle so far against Trevor Ben. Both batters. Ben off a short run. That's cut away down behind point. And they come back for 2. But Ben is very smart. Sometimes he comes off that long run and then walks and then breaks into that quick short run. That last delivery was of such. The over comes to an end. 2 gone, 8 without loss. Naeem talk about the support for police cricket. When you look outside behind you, you see a lot of vehicles. A lot of vehicles parked. The finals always attract huge crowds. In addition to the dignitaries who would come, top officers in the Guyana Police Force, headed by Mr. Clifton Hicken, the commissioner, and Mr. Finley, chairman for the police commission. He was here yesterday. I believe he's here as well today. But the support for cricket has been great amongst the officers. And a lot more money pumped into the game for them as well. Pulled away over backward square, that's gone. And I believe that's 4. Yes, 1 bounce over the rope, 4 runs. Short down the leg side as you watch the replay. That will be helped any day by any good batter for an easy boundary. And that's Buddy's first boundary. Stephen Harris just getting the line wrong on that occasion and the length as well. But the officers depend on him a lot. And that's a better delivery. They'll get a single for that. Popped up a little bit on him and he pushed it into the offside. Well, Buddy was there almost, I think, to the end of the first semi-final played a few days ago. So they depended a lot on him to give them the start, the impetus that they needed. Headquarters in that first semi-final that was played a few days ago. You can see Pernell London not timing the ball at all, looking to force it into the onside. And then it just popped up back on the offside of the pitch, but they were able to get the run. Good delivery from Harris on the middle stump. And Buddy very respectful to that. A little bit of hazy conditions now. We've lost the sunshine momentarily. But what is nice about playing at Tivoli is the breeze that comes across from the Atlantic that cools down the players. Lovely shot. Onto the front foot and cut that. And when you cut from coming forward, it shows the class of the right-hander. Look at that. Forward then back. And cut it away. Beating the men on the offside. That third man and pointing down to the boundary for 4. That's the second boundary to Kevin Bodie. If he gets going and he scores rapidly for headquarters, it could be a very challenging total for the officers to chase. But talking about Evaleri Naim, ground well prepared, nice, fast, lightning outfield, and a hard pitch that I believe will favor both batters and bowlers. It's got something in it. It's a good pitch, well prepared. Lovely. Picked that up beautifully and lifted that high over wide long on for the first 6 of the innings. That's Kevin Bodie for you. Consecutive boundaries and now a 6. So he's into stride as he overcomes to an end. He's into stride here for headquarters.
Without loss. This is the 2025 Commissioners Cup Finals. Played among our regional teams and divisional teams.
A very good over for headquarters there. 16 runs, I make it, coming from that third over. A bad over bowl there by Stephen Harris, and he'll have to make amends. Pivoting on one foot and flicking the ball through square leg. That's London for you. Nadir Bash is the name of the umpire at the bowler's end. I said we call him Gas, but his correct name is Nadir Bash. Big shot, swung away over backward square for 6 by Kevin Bodie. He's looking very dangerous here now. Look at that. Pitched on the leg stump, short, and pulled away over backward square for 6, the second 6 of the inning so far for headquarters. So the boundaries are coming plenty now. That's Parnell London getting into stride now, the left-hander, and pulling that over square leg. And that total is rallying along nicely now, 38 without loss. Look at Buddy, 27 from 15, and London 11 from 7. I think the officers know that they'll be in a lot of trouble if they continue to bowl that badly to these top order batters for headquarters, because the runs will come plenty.
Be interesting to look at the replay to see if he had an edge on to that one, but from the body language of the players, you get a distinct impression it came off the bat. You can see, yes, outside edge, put down by the wicketkeeper. So we've lost the sunshine over the past 20 minutes, half an hour or so, almost in its entirety. So very hazy conditions, but the weather forecast is saying that if you're going to have a shower, it's going to be a sprinkler. So no immediate threat of rain coming down, though the atmosphere is pretty dark and hazy. So headquarters not doing a bad job. They have defended their wicket. There was a catch here or there, but 39 at almost the end of 4. That's almost 10 and over. And in any circumstances, though the power play, they would have liked to utilize it a little more and maximize the amount of runs they get. So, but the two batsmen have retained their wickets. That's the important thing. End of 4, 39 for the loss, or without loss.
Headquarters versus the police officers.
Well, you heard it on the public address system, the grand finale of the Commissioner of Police T20 competition.
A very team. Leading that team is Mr. Stan Guvaya and his team. They're here. You will see it in the news, the Facebook news. You will see it in the papers. They are here to cover this match.
Kevin Bodie, 28 from 16.
Bailey.
Nice to see Mr. Stan Govaya in the commentary box upstairs, actually. He's heading the police radio. Pushed away, smart, nice single, well calculatedly taken. And that's Kevin Bodie. He's a very intelligent cricketer, just tapping it away gently and running almost immediately on the trot. Mid-pitch conference, no doubt. the conversation centers around the fact that the power play has almost been used up. Perhaps we can just step on the gas a little bit. Here's Bernard Bailey. That's very wide outside the off stump, called by the umpire. Now Bailey's going into the wind, and it's a very strong wind here at Evelary, coming the Atlantic Ocean. For those people who don't know Guyana and logged into the program, we're just maybe a quarter of a mile, half a mile from the Atlantic Ocean. So a good score here. I think Matthew Kisoon was speculating that a good shot here could be maybe over 200 runs. Could they get there? That's another issue. In the air, safely, there's no one there. That's going to run close towards the boundary, just hauled back. Airborne shot, but no fielder was next to it, and long off had to go all the way to his right to stop that from getting into the boundary. So London just stepping on the gas a little bit. 15 from 9, that's not bad. 29 from 17, Bodie, who's the more matured, more compact, more established batsman.
I don't think the officers would want to be steering a total of 220 plus, to be honest. That will be a big score for them. But these two batters, little appeal there as Buddy ambled back into his crease as the return came in. Very interesting indeed. They know he's a key player that they've got to get out, and they'll be on their toes, as you would say, on their P's and Q's to get him out. If it's one thing about headquarters, their top 4 batters can really rip into any bowling.
Nice control there from Kevin Bodie. Was actually pitched up, so he was debating whether to go on to the back foot or on the front foot, and what he did eventually was to paddle sweep it almost down to backward square. Nice invention, nice control, and Bailey might just want to bring that delivery a little more outside the line of the off stump. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I rather suspect there's one down at long off. So that could be 5 men on the offside, but he's lagging down the leg side.
The Guyana Harp Eagles coach, Ryan Hercules, is here. To his right is Leon Johnson, the former...
You need it in the office. Ivan Murphy. You need it in the office.
The former Guyana captain, one of the most successful Guyana captains, of course. Back over the head of the bowler for 4 runs. Big shot from Buddy. Have a look at that. Pitched up in the slot for that drive.
And that brings up to 50 for headquarters in over number 5.
And he launched into that.
Headquarters, they're now 54. 54 without loss.
Launching into that shot.
52, sorry.
Kevin Buddy for you. And the runs are coming very quickly. And Nadir Bash is having a few words with Kevin Buddy. Generally has a tendency to get into the game. Nadir, no offense to him in any way, but It's very important that Kevin Buddy does not run down the wicket. All right, he cannot run down the track. That's very important. And maybe umpire Nadir Bash is saying to him, be careful where you're running because that's treading in the danger area, basically. And a lot of things Nadir Bash doesn't miss at all, to be honest with you. My fellow colleague. But that was a good shot from Buddy. He talked about personalities here. Stan Gavaya heads the Radio Evaleri team, and they've been bringing commentary in all the matches. I did a few of those matches using the PA system downstairs, and I understand that Radio Evaleri covers the entire country. And that's a big plus for Radio Evaleri. There's some other stations in Guyana that probably don't cover the entire country, but hats off to Radio Evaleri, Stan Gavaya and the team. He was once one of my workmates. I still work with the company that he used to work for. I'm there for the 2 years plus. You must have spent how long there, Stan? About 2-3 years? Around that.
Good to see Stan Gavaya here. Stan and I also worked at the radio. I think my great-grandfather worked with him too. He has been in radio broadcasting for almost his entire working life. He's still there. That's the end of over number 5.
Of the 2025 T20 competition. So we're about to see the final of the four play over number 6.
In reaching the entire country. That's a big plus for the Guyana Police Force, and I'm sure that they're going to put a lot more money into communications, more money into sports. I understand the prize money for this finals or for this year's tournament will go up a bit from last year. Last year the winner got 300,000. Wide down the leg side. The winner got 300,000 medals and, of course, the trophy. The runner-up last year got 200,000 medals and the trophy. And the third place got 100,000 medals and a trophy. So that's expected to go a little bit higher for this tournament now. And that's a plus from the Guyana Police Force.
I think London is putting himself on the under a lot of pressure. He's been forcing it, not necessarily flowing. Bodie has been quite more fluent and flowing, middling the ball. But there you go. Bodie's coming down to have a little word with him, and I rather suspect that he's going to share a bit of advice. I think that he's been pressured, and he realizes that. And so he's trying to force the game. And when circumstances like these are quite evident, the thing to do is just to turn the scoring rate and turn the batting over, meaning just keep taking singles and rotating the strike in the air. That might even will not have the legs to go towards the boundary. But that's for the second or third time that Purnell London has been going airborne, and quite an uncertain shot. I don't think he's lost his confidence. He started off pretty well, got 16 from 9 balls, and then all of a sudden he seemed to have lost his confidence.
In all that Naeem just said, it's been positive batting from headquarters, nevertheless, because the runs are flowing, and they know they need a good score here to beat the officers because the officers' batting is good as well.
That's the idea. That's what I'm talking about. Rotation of the strike. Kevin Bodie's middling it. He's full of confidence, overloaded. Let him take the strike while you regain, not consciousness, but regain your confidence.
That field adjustment is very important because I think, if I'm correct, I saw there were 3 men outside the 30-yard circle just now, and that had to be corrected, or that would have been a no ball because the power play is not finished as yet, the 6 overs.
Now this can go very close. Would have been a direct hit, would have caused collateral damage there to the batting side, but it was wide of the crease, the return, and so it was a lot of work for the bowler to take that return and move a distance towards taking off the bails. Couldn't happen. But cheeky single, nevertheless, they have been successful. Good running.
That return was a bit wide. If it had come a little bit closer and in one action disturbed the stumps with ball in hand, that could have been very close indeed. But he got the second run. And you could just sense that the officers they know that they're on the back foot a bit here because their opening bowlers haven't quite given them what they're looking for.
This is against the wind, so he might not go very far. Catch taken. Kevin Bodie goes for 39. Trevor Ben strikes for the officers. That's the wicket they wanted, I think, from the inception. They got it eventually. And Kevin Bodie departs for 39, and headquarters losing their first wicket in the process.
Genau.
It's 59 for 1.
When,
After 6 overs,
when you look at that on the replay,
headquarters, Bully goes.
it was a good calculative catch taken by Trotz on the boundary, having to cover some ground to his left. That ball was skied in the air.
To the crease.
Very high indeed from Buddy. And the catch taken.
Another senior player.
A good wicket to get
In the senior
to end the power play.
competition.
A good wicket to get at that stage. They would have wanted another wicket or two, but they've got to be contented with that one, knowing that the bowling hasn't been that good enough to have picked up another wicket or two.
So the partnership has done pretty well. 59 for the first wicket of 6 overs. So it's just a fraction on the 10. And that's good. Though I think Bodie would have wanted to, at the end of the power play, to have acquired at least 12 per over.
The winner of this year 2023 inter-service running shoe competition is the first quarterly running shoe is the Ghana Police Force female. They won it. Give them a round of applause. They won the
Always a large crowd on hand to watch police cricket. You look at Budi 39 from 23. London has got 18, and Ramkaran comes out now to do battle. Played for SC Kibodi in the county level. A good battle as well, good right-hander. And he will face up at the start of over number 7 being bowled by Bernard Bailey.
Well, he was the shining star in that ACS game here last week. I think he got into the 40s, and he was the darling of the crowd, actually. Best police batter on display that day. That's a big swish, not something, not something that you should be seeing from a top order batsman. He's at number 3, and I think he was watching to see which aircraft has taken off from the Cheji Jagan International Airport. His head was up in the air, missed everything completely. He was just out of line. And that's another out of line. I can't understand this. I simply can't understand Kanaya Ramkaran's approach here. London, Purnell London. So we just had it wrong on the screen. It's Purnell London. Well, London was under pressure for the longest while. I mentioned that. And I thought for one moment it was Ramkaran, actually. So Purnell London had a disturbing last half of the session in which he batted. I said he lost confidence halfway there, and then tried 2 of the most unorthodox shots that you can see in cricket. Absolutely unorthodox. One, a big swish over the head, missed everything completely. And then the second one, he just decided, I'm going to go spoon it up. And then spooned it up he did, yes, but into the hands of the man at short backward square.
Yeah, I thought he was looking to do a bit too much. The power play done and dusted with the 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Time to play some shots along the ground, pick up the 1s and 2s, rotate the strike, and build that middle part of the innings. That wasn't to be. London a little bit too ambitious and giving his hand away, coming right across the off stump, looking to scoop the ball, and only got it into the hands of the vice captain Ali, who took the catch. And that signaled the end of his wicket, and 2 wickets going down now have certainly brought the officers back into the game now at this stage, with over number 7 in progress, as Kyle Michael comes out to do battle, plays his cricket in Georgetown as well for the Ghana Police Force. First division, second division. I think he's a second division captain. Well, he has been. I'm not sure if he's still the captain. But he's a good, competent right-hander. And they'll depend on him now to steady the innings.
So the new batsman is Kyle Michael.
Somebody has to steady the innings now for headquarters after both openers have been dismissed.
And I guess that would put a lot of pressure on these 2 batsmen, because Bodie had settled in as well as London. Both of them gone, as you mentioned, Matthew. And so immediately there's a reverse of the circumstances and the equation. So a lot of pressure now will be applied on these 2 batsmen. Just a little surprised that Deputy Commissioner of Police Budram does not have someone up there to take close catching positions, just missing the outside edge, just missing the off stump. Another coat of varnish, that Bales would have been off.
Slow delivery by Bailey. And he's known for bowling those deliveries. Very deceptive. Doesn't have much pace, but he mixes up his lines and lengths very carefully. And his father obviously would have coached him well did play for GTC for a number of years. He's now playing for the Guyana Police Force.
Well, he had a very good knock last week when we were here. This is kids cricket. This is not good. I mean, where were you going? And Ramkaran should be the one calling him actually. But that ball was out into the onside, meaning both batsmen were privy to see where the ball is. Where are you running? Then he got stranded down the pitch, and then the return missed. So it's all happening here at Evelyn.
And that doesn't happen much when the ball is in the hands of Troy Ben. He's a good fielder, the brother of Trevor Ben. But he missed the stumps, and Michael was able to get back into his ground. That's edged away by Ramkaran to the right of the keeper. Diving effort with the right hand, and it parried away towards point for a run. Good bowling by Bailey here. That's what he's known for as the over comes to an end. Very good seventh over. Bernard Bailey has bowled well, picking up the wicket of Cornell London.
There he goes, 61 for the loss of 2 while we get our little technical glitches organized in the commentary box. But I'd like to see Deputy Commissioner, what he does here now. He's a captain. These two men are searching. And whatever they're searching for, it's confidence, obviously. They're not finding it. So the pressure has been turned on. And here is where the captain would have to deliberately set out to put them under more pressure and lure them into a mistake or mistakes. So somebody fielding on the Ramkaran's bat would be one of the options that I'm talking about. Maybe a solitary slip. Maybe a forward short leg or a silly point. Maybe even the introduction of spin. So it's variety here. It's initiative. And these batsmen are out of their regular confidence. As you can see, they came in. They're both strangers in there because both London and Kevin Bodie, opening batsmen, have gone.
Trevor Ben is always in the game. And there are times when, at crucial stages of the innings, the balls tend to come to him. He takes catches. The balls tend to follow him a lot. Good fielder. I told you he was a sprinter and won some medals for police.
Very contrasting stature when compared to Suleiman Ben, the former West Indian spinner. And I don't think I can describe Suleiman as tall. I'd more like to use the word long. Suleiman Ben is long and wily and far slower than Trevor Ben here at Evelyn.
Good long jumper as well, Trevor Ben. Very athletic indeed. And both brothers have contributed very well to the officers' team. I guess you'll see Troy Ben not too long from now. They call him the man with the golden arm. He comes in and bowls his slow medium, we would call it, and he picks up wickets. There's also Ali to bowl and Trots. Trots is a left-hand orthodox spinner.
Come on, look for 2 here. Can't get it nevertheless. But Trevor Ben reminds me a little bit of Basil Bradshaw. He's a former colleague of mine at the radio. And he was a sprinter too, like Trevor. And Basil played for Pleasance on the Upper East Coast. The only thing is his run-up was faster than his actually delivery. Because he's a sprinter in athletics, he ran faster than he bowled. Beaten outside the off stump. That just missed the outside edge. Now, Kyle Michael was in all sorts of confusion there. Is it Ramkaran? Ramkaran? We just have it wrong on the computer screen. But this is not the confidence I saw him display last week when that game was played here, the ACS game, when the police were involved in the game. He was in absolute command and very, very confident. He finally gets it to the middle of the bat, but straight down to cover point. So the pressure is evident on the two batsmen out there, and they're groping and searching to find it.
But here is where Naeem, at this stage of the game, in the middle overs, the scoring rate tends to drop a bit depending on how many wickets have fallen, of course. And if you've lost, in losing your first two batters, who were going great guns, so to say, they struggled a bit, but they were able to middle the balls carefully and picked up some good runs. This period is where it gets a bit difficult in terms of the run rate.
Short and hook, that's going to go for 4. Just to the left of backward square. It was pretty short. I don't think he got it in the middle of the bat. The ball was actually losing its rhythm as it rolled in over the boundary. So, but nevertheless, he picked up 4 runs. That's what his side needs. End of over number 8, is it?
Maybe Kyle Michael heard me with my comments just now that there tends to be a struggle for runs in the middle part of the innings, and he got a boundary.
Headquarters, running the toss, and batting force, they are 68 for 2.
So 68 for 2 at the end of it. And these two now will need to build a nice partnership for headquarters. They're the defending champions. They're positive, they're confident, and they want to defend well by putting a very good total on the tins and to put the officers under tremendous pressure to get these runs. And they've got to first put the runs on the board, and they'll be hoping to post over 200. But they've got to bat well from this point.
Now down the leg side. Now Bailey would have to understand that he's bowling into the wind. It's going to be more difficult than if you're bowling from the top end. But I was lagging down the leg side. He needs to get it outside the line of the off stump. Down the track, right over the top, and that's going to be caught. Yes, it is. Didn't get hold of it, and Trott's taking his second catch of the match in absolute confidence too. So Ramkaran goes coming down the track. As I said, neither batsman has any confidence in there. They've lost it, and the frustration was showing on Ramkaran as he came down the track, lofted it, and long on just stood back there and took a dolly of a catch.
Yes, assistant commissioner is here. Mr. Watson. Then very disappointed
The captain
Ram
himself,
Karan would be
Inspector Mohammed,
in
is in your batsman.
giving his hand away. He didn't have to play that sort of shot. On the other hand, Bailey, a very smart bowler, not bowling with pace, good lines, good lengths, mixing up his delivery, the slow delivery, the back of the hand, and deceiving Ram Karan, who was looking for a big shot, came down the track. But at this period in the innings, you don't need to do that. And he simply give his hand away. The captain comes out to do battle. Mohammed, a good player. He's had a couple of good scores in the tournament this year.
69 for 3.
Gets himself off the mark, pushed down to mid-on. A very confident cricketer is Mohammed. He bowls as well, his spin, right-hand spinner, but he is a good batter.
So now that the pressure is on, and the fielding side is not choking the batsman out there, then what they need to do is to rotate the strike as much as possible, pick up the gaps and get the ones and the twos. So the scoreboard keeps ticking while you're winding your way out of trouble. I am perhaps one of the most fortunate cricket commentator. Inside the commentary box, we're surrounded by so many beautiful police women. But I'll be on my best conduct lest they arrest me and take me down to headquarters. I'm surrounded here by Altaviz and Ayana, two of the very beautiful police officers sitting and watching the match here, the grand finale today. Hello, girls. Good afternoon.
Naeem Chan knows he cannot do without the ladies. The ladies' man, they call him.
Dropped! I wonder if you got a hand onto that. Well, I think, Matthew, is the other way around. The ladies can do without me.
So after 9 overs, the score is 70 for 3.
That building you're seeing on your screen to the left, the Pegasus, that's going to come down, and a modern building will go up in place of that. That's coming up maybe not too long from now. That work will start. So the Guyana Pegasus, or the Pegasus Suites, will be improving a lot as business pick up in our country. The economic boom that's on, that will cause more persons to come into our country from all over the world. So you need more rooms, you need more hotels. But Ivalery is positioned nicely in the city. You've got the Atlantic Ocean, and you've got Queen's College, one of the top high schools in the country, to the right, basically over Camp Street. And then you've got St. Joseph's Mercy Hospital to the left. Nice area actually in the city. And from there you make a right turn and you begin to move up the east coast of Demerara. So Trotz will come into the attack now. He has taken 2 catches. Let's watch his left-hand orthodox spin to Michael. Very watchful. Another good busy cricketer for the officers is Trotz. Very good cricketer. He has this way of picking up wickets. Tend to come on and stem the tide a bit with his spinners, his spin bowling. That's all you need to do, Naim. Find the gaps, get the singles. If you get the extra run, it's a plus for you. Play with soft hands, you pick up the ones and twos, rotate the strike, you're going to build the middle of the innings. And then the last 6 overs, you go, they say you go crazy.
Cut away. Nicely stopped. Did he stop it? No, it's just out of our sight. And it umpire signals 4 runs. Delicate slice, a bit precarious nevertheless. There's a man down at short third man, but just couldn't get around in time. So the scoring rate has dropped tremendously too, from about 10 and just over. This one is tickled around the corner. Direct hit. How is that, umpire? In the negative.
That looked a bit close to me, Naim, to be honest. Let's watch it on the replay. That looked a touch and go to me. I'll be honest with that. That looked touch and go to me. We're having another look at it. He may have just touched that line and got a little bat over it. May have, to be honest. But I'm not absolutely sure. As I look at that, that looked very, very close to me. But he lives to fight another day.
Trotz is looking to square it up on the offside, but the ball is on the stumps. So dangerous shot, looking to fan away outside the line of the off stump. But it was on the stump and creeping along the ground. Really inappropriate, but lucky still there.
Yeah, too close with that caught shot there. That was a dangerous shot to have played at that stage.
77 for 3. And this is the halfway stage of the headquarters innings.
77 for 3. The halfway stage. 3 extras. Michael is 12 and Amir Mohammed, the captain, is on 2. And 2 wickets to Bailey and 1 to Trevor Ben so far.
So Bailey is having his final over. Yeah. Some little hiccup they're having. I'm not certain what it is, but we were listening to the public address system just asking them to remove. And with all these policemen here, I don't know how he's so difficult to get out of the place. Amir Mohammed is the captain of the batting side, and that's headquarters. So they won the toss, electing to have first strike. Started off well, now they're just stuttering a little bit. 7-7 for 3 at the halfway mark. I don't believe that's the position they had planned for. They had a whirlwind start from Kevon Bodie and London. They're both back in the pavilion, and after then, things have been going from bad to worse. 3 wickets down. The scoreboard just not picking up. Some runs here in the gap backward square. Came back for a second. That's exactly what the batting side needs. Just pierce the gap, squeeze 2 out of 1s, and just keep the scoreboard going until you get your rhythm. And Bailey's not allowing them to gain that confidence. Bad mix-up. One is going to go here. Another one bites the dust. That's Amir Mohammed. He is gone for 2. He's the captain. Looking for a run. Both batsmen, I'd say, would have some measure of guilt. Where the ball was, it was played out in the onside. Both batsmen saw the ball in play, so they know whether to take the run or not. And Amir Mohammed goes eventually. I think that it almost looked like suicide from this vantage point because the other batsman was not moving. If Kyle Michael was moving, I get the distinct impression that he stood his ground. So where are you running to go? Unfortunate.
And that's where judgment has got to be good if you're going for a run. The ball was played just to the right of the fielder, but he gobbled it up. The ball didn't pass him really. He just had to take a couple of steps his right to be able to get onto the ball cleanly and rifle the return in. The captain was down the track looking for a run. No movement at all from the batter who played the shot. And he was the one who had the right to call. The ball was played in front of him, and that was a bit of pool cricket. And sometimes that's how cruel the game of cricket can get. Because really and truly, had Kyle Michael in playing the shot set off for the run, Naeem, he could have made his ground probably at the bowler's end. But he chose not to go for the run. Mohammed, the captain, committed himself to the run and left stranded in the batting crease. Unfortunate way to be dismissed, the captain, to be honest. But that's a big wicket to get because he's a good player. And so they've now lost, 4 wickets? And we are only in the 11th over. Look at that projected score, only 150. They would have had in mind 200 plus. Now that's going to be even more difficult because you have to look at the quality batters to come.
So it's lesser quality. That's obvious. So the pressure will continue and force whacked off the pads, but it's not. There's a man down at square leg. Just a single, casual single.
So the new batsman is Leach.
Troy Leach. Well, the batting side would hope that Troy Leach lives up to his name and be a leech and just stay there and rebuild this innings.
Yeah, 80 for 4 now in the 11th over. Our current run rate is 7.5. Bailey just got 2 deliveries to complete a very good spell indeed. Look at that delivery. Excellent. Bang on target. Right on middle and off. So, not 2, then a wicket, then 1, then 0. His ball so far bowled. One delivery left to complete a fantastic bowling spell by Bernard Bailey. A bit slower, pitching it up, but a bit slower. Hit in the air down to long off for a single. And that completes his spell of 2 for 20. I make it. From his 4 overs, 11 overs gone, 81 for the loss of 4.
This is a different role now.
Right, so I've got the Guyana Harp Eagles coach Ryan Hercules with me. You've watched the game so far, the finals from the start. Good to have you here. You've been doing a lot of hard work with the Harpy Eagles. And of course, your responsibilities go beyond that. But good to have you so we can have a little chat. So far as you watch the game, no doubt you would want to believe that police cricket has been improving. They've been growing in leaps and bounds.
Hi,
Welcome, Ryan.
Thanks a lot for having me. Yes, I've been a part of police team for quite some time, so I would known where they started from, because I must say, this is where I would have started my coaching as well, at the Police Sports Club. For those who don't know, I'm still an active member of the Guyana Police Force, and I would have started coaching at the Police Sports Club when Mr. Nigel Hoppy was the Commissioner of Police, right? So I was been around quite some time. So yes, we are in preparation for our last 2 rounds of cricket in the regional 4-day tournament, and I was dedicated some time off after training today to come and be here to hand my support, but I'll be back in the officers all the way.
At least you've made your statement clear. You're back in the officers. I think the Commissioner of Police is also back in the officers, of course. He loves cricket, of course, but he's back. He has to back aside, and he's back in the officers.
I'll have to back my boss as well.
I know we're watching police cricket, T20 tournament, the Police Commissioners Cup, but you'll talk us through as the over continues. In between, tell us a little bit about your coaching duties and some of the challenges. How good has it been for you, and some of the challenges you face along the way, and what it's proven to you as a coach for the RP Eagles and the way they've been performing so far under the captaincy of young Tevin Imlach. What are the good moments for you? What's the level of satisfaction you're getting out of this job as the Harp Eagles coach?
Yeah, I think it was a great transition from when I started at police to Essequibo and then to the national level. Yes, we have been playing great cricket. It was great seeing the guys improve in so many areas. The guys improving.
Not timing that ball that well. Pull shot from Kyle Michael that gets him a single.
Yeah, seeing the guys improve in so many areas as we want to play great cricket for Guyana, and also seeing the guys progress in terms of getting into the West Indies team has been one of my major goals as well. So it's a long-term plan and program for myself and the players, and I can see we're getting there.
Sensible cricket, not a quick single taken. That's what you've got to do in the middle of the innings. That's the end of the 12th over, 85 for the loss of 4. Yes, Ryan.
Bit of setback here now. Obviously, they would have had 10 overs, so it's a bit of setback now. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about finishing these last overs. So that'll be interesting to see. But that's the way how cricket plays, especially T20 cricket. You get a good start, but for me, it's always how you finish. And we've been a part of the Amazon Warriors team as well, so I can tell you about these finishes and how you go about in these games. But like I said, in terms of the transition for me being in the high performance setup now, it's been hard work, but it's very rewarding. And for me, the reward is seeing players progress. So we're in it day out. We had training session today. We leave on Sunday to go to St. Kitts to play that all-important game against Leeward. Then we head to Trinidad for that last game. It's double title we're looking to defend now. We've been playing great cricket, and I'm overall happy. Whatever the outcome is at the end of these 2 rounds, I'm very happy in terms of the way we played cricket so far. And it's not just for this year. It's about 2 years now we've been playing great cricket. And we've got a young bunch of players. We groomed up a young bunch of players to take up that mantle for the future guy in the cricket. So that's a good sign.
Troy Ben, the man with the golden arm, comes into the attack now. They call him.
We'll have to see the golden arm into action now.
Well, you've known these guys for a long time as well. But the Ben brothers from Essequibo, you from Essequibo as well.
Yes, I would have coached them in the earlies, Troy Ben and Trevor Ben, two good hard workers at the game. And I know for over the past 4 years, there's something about Troy Ben in terms of coming in these finals and getting man of the match. You always pull out a man of the match performance. So he's one of the players you need to look out for. He may look like a bit of dibbly-dobbly, but trust me, he can get wickets.
Yeah, very unassuming player. Yeah, but he has this way of coming and putting in some real good performances with ball and bat as well. Don't be surprised if he gets a good start as well for the officers.
I guess he's one of them players who play cricket more mentally than physically. He uses brains a lot, and he assesses his players, and he gets the players' heads as well. He like to have a chat with them. So he's a very hard-working player, and Trevor Ben as well.
Talking about Essequibo, their cricket is improving overall from a national perspective. That's a good shot. Is it? No, caught. Catch taken.
Just speaking about the Ben brother, Bull, Troy Ben, caught Trevor Ben.
That combination has worked a lot in this tournament. Trevor Ben always plays down on the long off boundary, and when his brother is bowling, balls tend to go in his direction. Look at that catch taken by Trevor Ben. He doesn't drop them at all.
I guess you may call it brotherly love.
Well, let's talk about that. Wicket has gone now, 87 for 5. So wickets are tumbling now for headquarters. They're losing it here now after a good start. But talking about Essequibo's cricket improving. They've got, what's his name? Dilip Singh, Vice President for the Ghana Cricket Board. And his presence seems to have made a big difference, not only in serving in that capacity on the board, at the board level, but Essequibo's cricket overall.
Yeah, I couldn't give you in-depth detail when it comes to Essequibo cricket. I would have played all my life in Essequibo, and I think it's when you get the right persons in the right position to take charge. Yes, Dilip Singh would have done an excellent job in Essequibo in terms of bringing Essequibo forward to where we are now. I've always supported him in terms of everything he wanted to do. We had coaching clinics in Essequibo. I was in Essequibo getting coaches to work along with players in different zones and getting Essequibo cricket on the map.
This player will have to repair the damage now.
Obviously, there's so many T20 and T10 cricket playing all around the world now, but I think the longer format, red ball cricket, plays a good part in terms of players' development, and that's what I use in terms of players to improve their skill set, spend some time in the crease, spend some time bowling. So
that's another big shot. Where has that gone? That's gone for 6 over long off. That's good to watch from Hazel Williams. Just come to the crease and lifting that over long off. That's a nice shot indeed as you watch it on the replay. Picked it up beautifully. That's the perfect long off shot in the air. Well, they need a lot more of that. And that's the end of 13 overs, 95 for the loss of 5. But yeah, you talked about the development of players. Of course, a player is more rounded when they play the longer version of the game. But I guess with T20 cricket and that's big all over the world, that has changed the whole shape of the game of cricket worldwide. There are a lot of players who would have probably never played the longer version game, but they can easily get into a T20 side simply because of the skills they would have developed along the way.
Yeah, which is true. So, like you said, cricket has transitioned from then to now, but I still will keep that fact in mind that if you want to improve your game, you can play that red ball cricket, which can also help you in the shorter version. It gives you enough time. If you're playing 4 or 5, they give you enough time to settle in and improve on your skills.
That's Trotz starting over number 14, none for 12 from 2 so far. But you look at Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, not a T20 player, he's a test player, but he did play in the 50-over tournament, if I'm correct. People would tell you that someone like Tejan Ranchandapal should not be playing T20 cricket and all of that because he's more suited for the longer version and whatnot. How do you look at that?
I guess we assess players as well because we have Tej also in our 50-over side as well.
Correct.
Right? He do play one-day cricket for Guyana. But I think, with all the cricket around, we still give the players an opportunity. I would not want to say, look, I don't think you can do this. You can go in there and you can play. Even if you look at his dad was one of the slower players, but he can play T20 cricket as well. So we'll give that player the opportunity and then we'll see how it works from then onward.
When the IPL started, Shivnarine Chandrapal did play. When IPL did start. But if you had to look at some of the police players now, based on what you've seen of them, you may want to mention a few names that you see potential and that can go on to a high level.
They have a few young players who are in the squad as well. A few senior guys. Ram Karan, who would have just gotten out, were in the standby for Guyana in the Super 50.
Right.
Savory is also a part of the Police Sports Club. Anthony Adams a part of the Police Sports Club. Quintin Sampson a part of the Police Sports Club. So they have some good young backings. They have national players in this setup along with national coaches.
And that should do Guyana Police Force cricket well in terms of the future because you've got good balance. In terms of the quality players, that ball comes down towards fine leg, straight.
We get great support from our admin, from our higher department. Mr. Hickins and Mr. Budram, they always support cricket in all forms, whatever it is. So we get the support from them. We get the time off. The guys get time off to come and be a part of something very special, to represent Guyana. So they get that advantage to get time from their duty to come and play cricket.
And that signal bring up the 100 for a quarter.
Right, so 100 coming up
100 for 5.
in the 14th over. Not doing that badly, but they've got to get quite a bit more because the officer's batting is strong.
Runs on the board. Runs on the board is runs on the board.
And I know we always say that. Runs on the board is runs on the board.
I'm sure you would have seen team batting first and getting small score and then the opposition struggle to get those scores. I always believe it's not over till the last ball is bowled. And in finals, it sets a kind of a pressure as well. When that runs is on the board and you have to go and get that runs, you probably think hard, you probably think twice in terms of how you're going about doing things. So I think if they get 120, 140, they can put a decent score on the board. But nevertheless, I'll still back the officers to go out there and get the score.
That's true. The two openers have been the top scorers so far, 39 to Kevin Buddy and 18 to Pernell London. Then the next best is 16. So those coming down the order haven't quite produced. Unfortunate run out for Mohammed, the captain there. Bad judgment in going for that run, or what you would call a mix-up, because the run could have been on if Michael had set off right away. But that wasn't to be, and the captain went in a manner that he would have least expected to have been dismissed in that format, because he's a good cricketer.
I think they could have had a better partnership from the openers as well. If Bodie didn't and London didn't play that shot that he pulled out, and Bodie getting out then, because they started the foundation from the beginning. They should have went on a bit longer as two senior players in the team. Right, they have been playing police cricket for quite some time now, and the way of getting out was pretty poor. You know, they should take that responsibility to bat longer and get a better foundation for the opening stand.
Was second overall. The Presidential Guard was second overall in the male run and shoot competition. Give them a round of applause.
Yeah, as I said earlier, he used to play for Ace Warriors, a second division team in Georgetown, and then worked his way up in the game of cricket, joined the police force, and then got his opportunity to, you know, showcase his talent and his skill. But Ryan, just a quick question to you. How satisfying has it been for you coaching the Guyana Harpy Eagles?
It's been lots of hard work, but I mean, at the end of the day, when we get success, when we get the success and we share each other joy and happiness, it's very great for me. So I am enjoying every day of it. The challenges, I'm enjoying every single day of it, because that's a part of the work as well as a coach. If I go to coach one day and it's pretty easy, that means we're not doing the right work. So I enjoy the challenge and I enjoy the success that we're getting as a team and as a franchise, and I look forward to continue giving whatever I can give for Guyana cricket and even police as well.
What about the mix of the players in the Harpy Eagles side? You know, the likes of a Perez who's there and so on. You look at, of course, Imlak, he's in the West Indies mix anyhow. Kemal Savory and so on, who did captain one of the matches. When you look at the potential in the players, certainly a good mix, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I must say, Guyana cricket can be in good hands going forward, for the next 4 to 5 years, because it's a core of young players. And being 24, 25 and becoming senior players in the first class setup is very good. So I think we're in good hands for the future going forward, and there goes the next wicket.
Bowled him, clean ball coming down the track. Hazel Williams, a very poor shot at this stage of the game. Very poor shot to have played. Just 103 runs on the board, and now headquarters have lost their 6th wicket. That wasn't called for at all. Look at that. Down the track, and the off stump disturbed.
In a spot of bother now.
3 for 6.
And you just get the impression they're giving it away here now. And you do not want a low score. Even if they get up to 140, 150, they have to defend that. And that's not going to be easy against a batting lineup that is good, reasonably good enough. But headquarters bowling has got to be on top as well. But to give your hand away like this, it's very poor cricket indeed from headquarters. Harris picking up a wicket here now in his 3rd over, 1 for 21. But getting back to Harpy Eagles, and then you've got the veterans like Versamy Pamal, who's here watching the game. And you look at guys like Niall Smith and so on. I know he's been plagued a bit with injury in and out with his career. How much of an opportunity Niall has to go on, to, let's say, getting into a West Indies side? I mean, he's got to watch with his fitness and everything else, but he's fast, he's quick, we know that. But how do you sum him up a little bit? I don't want you to pronounce any judgment on him, which you won't do as a coach, but if you had to look at him and going forward, and of course you've got Shamar Joseph and son, who's already playing for the West Indies, but he has still got to be very careful in terms of his fitness and the amount of work he has to put in now that he's playing cricket at the highest level. How do you look at managing the fast bowling department of the Harpy Eagles?
I think Niall is one of those bowlers that probably should have been given an opportunity 2 years ago.
I agree with that.
Nevertheless, I still think he possesses great talent in terms of moving the ball both ways. Definitely the new head coach, Darren Sammy, in now, if he's got plan for, say, Niall Smith, if he's not looking at age, Niall probably can still get in the team.
David Hickel is a new man with the pink pads on and a big swing down towards mid-on, not timing the ball well. Trots is in the way, he gets off the mark, and that will complete over number 15, 104 for the loss of 6. Yes, Ryan?
Yeah, so I still think it's great having players like Versamy Pramal and Niall Smith, senior guys, to groom the younger players in, because if you have a bunch of young players, I don't think that remedy is going to work. So I must commend those guys for still being around your Pramal and your Niall Smith to still share their experience to the younger bunch of players. Because if you look from the fast bowling department, there's Thaddeus Lovell and Isaiah Thorne, not much experience there. And then you go to the spin department without Kodikesh Moti, we've got Kevin Sinclair. And if he's not there as well, we've just got Primal. So like I said, it's good to have them around to share their experience with the younger players. And I encourage players to make sure you get as much you can get from them, because they won't be here for a very long time. I won't say 5-6 years, right? So get as much you can get experience from those players to help your cricket to develop and go forward.
So 1 wicket apiece for Harris, Trevor Ben and Troy Ben, and 2 wickets for Bernard Bailey. Trot's bowling 3 overs. He hasn't picked up a wicket, none for 15. So Leach is on 9 and Hickel 1. 104 for 6-5 overs remaining in the innings. That projected score has now dropped to 139. But Ryan, and then you've got Kemal Savory and young Matthew Nandu. Talk us through these 2 guys.
Yeah, Kemal Savory, one of those players who've been in the setup for quite some time, and he would have adapted very well in terms of his role as a middle order batter. And Matthew Nandu as well, opening batsman for the Harpy Eagles, who got 100 on debut, and is doing very well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I think 2 good players that we can look forward to going forward to being in a part of a West Indies A team and a West Indies senior team. 2 hard workers as well. There are a few issues there that they need to work on, but I think there are 2 good players that have been doing well for Guyana Harpy Eagles over the few years. Kemal Savory now averaging over 50 so far in the tournament. And also Matthew Nandu, an opener there who've been working very hard, 100 on debut, like I mentioned, possess great talent, great patience. And I think they're 2 great players that we can work with, but I don't think they will be with us for very long. I do see them getting into a West Indies setup in the near future.
Big swing by Leach, and that's gone over the rope for 6. They need some lofty blows now to be struck by these 2 players. But if I had to assess the Harpy Eagles young team with the mix of like Pamal and you said of course Smith and so on, you'd want to think that out of all the teams in the Caribbean, the Guyana Harpy Eagles team seem to have to my mind a more balanced mix of the young players and so on. They're very talented, very gifted, as you said, quite a few of them can actually get into a West Indies side.
So we would have started transition pretty early in terms of grooming these young players to go forward, because what we had a plan for them in terms, it wasn't just a 1 season or 1 year plan. We've started to groom the young players to make sure they're ready when we need them for probably 3 to 4 years.
Big drive by Leach down to long on, gets a single.
Yeah, so a great pool of a mixture of players in terms of, and age as well. So they'll give you a lot more in terms of playing cricket for Guyana. So yes, I must commend, we have persons behind the scenes like our strength and conditioner, Giles Moore, our physiotherapist, Angelica Holder. These persons that make cricket, and that's what it does for you.
Yeah, to actually get up to 150 now is going to be a little bit difficult for them, because having lost 6 wickets, only 4 wickets in the bank, and maybe not quality batters, they've got to be very careful not to be bowled out before the 20 overs are completed.
Exactly. I think right now they just need to get what they can on the board to make sure they put a decent total up. So I'm thinking if they get to probably 130 in the next 4 overs, they'll get a decent score to probably bowl at. But nevertheless, like I said, projected score 141 now. So 1 wicket go now, it won't be 141, I'll tell you that. So that'll be up to them to see how they go about the next 4 overs. Must say good afternoon to Stan Govaya in the house.
Stan is in the house. He's going to come in and join us.
I hope you're not putting me with Stan here, because he's going to put me on the spot. If Stan is coming in, let me take my leave.
But he's going to come and sit in the middle. When you hear the name Stan Gavai, you know he's a good man. A man with a good voice for radio. Stan is here in his red jersey on. We'll bring him in a minute. Single taken there by Troy Leach. That's down to long on. But that projected score doesn't look like what headquarters would have wanted at all. But the first team that batted today for the number 3-4 position got up to 197. Sliced off the outside edge, down to third man for a boundary. Stan Gavaya will want to comment on that. Welcome, Stan. You've got your red floppy hat on as well, representing Radio Eve Leary. Welcome to you, my brother.
Thank you very much.
The man in charge.
I feel, so little actually taken over from someone who is one, a cricketer in his own right and knows this game to a T, and even you. But one of the things is that we are police breakfast. This next ball is about to be bowled, headquarters facing, and
That's David Hickle for you. The man, and you identify the players very carefully based on what they're wearing as well. If you don't know them that well, but he's got on the pink pads, as you would know.
I think this is one of my friend's favorite outfits. But we're not gonna get into that detail.
All right, the wicketkeeper giving away a bye here, not keeping cleanly behind the stumps, and giving that extra run. Well, I'll tell you what, headquarters will take the runs however they come, to be honest, because runs have been hard to come by after the first 2 wickets fell.
It's a high projected score now. That is based on those 2 byes that we saw. One of the things that persons usually like to find out. Oh, my bad. Oh, I was saying actually the projected score now goes up to 142, and is it me or is it something that as you come to the end of an inning, usually it seems as if the fielders and maybe the bowlers, they kind of get a little bit slack and tend to give away runs, or is it the aggression of the batsmen?
I think what happens is that too much has to happen in the last 5 overs, and when you're going to put in the extra effort, there is where sometimes things tend to go wrong. They show their worth still, and sometimes they're fitter than people like myself and Stan Gavaya, for sure. But Stan, I want to switch up.
This place is full of shade, man.
Yeah, I want to switch up a bit with you because you're the man in charge of Radio Eve Leary. Now, I talked with Ryan. We talked a bit about coaching, his duties and so on, and he's done very well with the Ghana Harpy Eagles. He's a good coach. That's hit in the air. One bounce to the fielder at long off, didn't get it, and it's gone for 4. So some big shots coming now. Talk us quickly through Radio Eve Leary, what you do. We know it's a radio station. Tell us a little bit, and for those listening out there that hardly know anything much about Radio Eve Leary, tell us a bit about Radio Eve Leary during the over.
So basically what it is as our what you call slogan says, because accurate information matters, and understanding that persons, members of the public particularly, would need to have pertinent information in a timely manner. The radio station seeks to do that in terms of educating the public about everything police related, whether it is traffic issues that they have, whether it is simple you want to keep a party, you don't know what is the what you have to go through in terms of being able to be licensed to do that. Those information we put out there, as well as
Big shot. Where is that gone? That's gone for 6. So the runs are coming now in the bottom end of the innings, and they need that. Yes, Stan, continue.
yeah, definitely. I love that. I love that shot actually.
Yes.
So one of the things that would happen is that persons advisories, particularly I know traffic is one of the big things which we seem to tackle, because every day people have to travel, and obviously you'd want to know, which road has an issue that you could divert from, or which bridge might have an issue, or what the problems are and what the police are actually doing to correct that. Showing also the members of the public the sensitization aspect for not only road use but also for general knowledge to members of the public, because the police does a lot of work in the schools and even in communities in terms of educating persons, one, about their rights, their roles and their responsibilities in making sure that they comply with the law irrespective of what it is. So a lot of those things that are happening, we put it in the public domain so people can see and understand. And one of the good things is that you have a number of schools are actually calling and asking for the police to visit their school and to be able to engage in talks. You have communities reaching out also and saying, we'd like the police to come into our community. We'd like to have some community policing groups formed because we want to have our community safe. So it is working in that way.
What's the frequency we get? That's wrapped him on the pad. They're going to come through for a leg by and make that. What's the frequency Radio Eve Leary is on?
We are not on a frequency at the moment, so it is streaming online.
Streaming online.
Hence, you can get it throughout the country, Radio Evil Area, or you could actually go to My Tuner app, download the app, and you can find Radio Evil Area. It is the police logo, easy to find right there.
Big swing. Let's watch that. That's gone for another 6, is it? But you call that a swipe. So this man is swiping, but he's connecting well. David Hicko goes into double figures now. I make it. So runs are coming. That projected score has gone up a bit now to 158. And after 18, 142 for 6. So Stan, with 2 overs to go, of course, most likely they'll get past 150 if wickets don't tumble now.
160, you mean?
Yeah, they can get to 160 plus. No doubt about that. And they will have to try and defend that total. That's not the total they're looking for, but they'll have to work hard to win this finals for a second consecutive time.
They're probably looking for a wicket to slow them down now, right?
Well, they will need a wicket, a wicket or 2 to ensure that they don't even get to 150. But yes, Stan, and so you get Radio Evil Area online. Good.
Very soon, we're expecting to have that frequency. And
Beautiful,
we're gonna be able to
beautiful.
have the physical aspect of it.
And that would be excellent indeed. So what about, do you play music in between and so on?
Of course, you can tune in right now. You have music playing.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Once the cricket is over, it's back to music.
What about your staff? Tell us about the staff. How many you've got on staff with Radio Evil Area?
Yeah, well, we've got just about a dozen.
A dozen.
Which includes journalists, writers, presenters. We've got persons who are photographers, videographers, and drone operators and that kind of thing, because we have the whole gamut in terms of what we do. And that's pretty much about it.
Can I send you my application?
We can't afford to pay you, boy. I know you want to start talking prices in the U.S. like the way the score is currently going.
Yeah, 2 runs to Troy Leach here. Off the first ball, Troy Ben's third over number 19 in progress. So we're looking at that score very carefully indeed. What headquarters will set for the officers to go after in this finals. But yes, what about the viewership?
And that's one of the good things. Right now, I know there are lots of people, it's already in the thousands, who are watching this match via Radio Evil Area, and even your own page that you have, because we're broadcasting on both. But that's usually what happens in terms of, especially I think one of the things you find, once stuff is sensational, they like it. So we've got this campaign where we say to the drivers, the theme of road safety this year is, of course, being used whenever the police go to them, and we get them to actually go on camera.
Loud appeal, he's got his man. So they've got a wicket in the 19th over. Troy Leach goes for 34 from 29 deliveries.
Wicket.
We'll have a look at that wicket again, but that's crucial at this stage, because you're looking at that total. Look at Troy Ben for you here. The man with the golden arm. Oh, that's plumb. That's plumb in front. Hitting the back pad. And that didn't make height at all. Gone leg before wicket. 144 now for the loss of 7. And Troy Ben has picked up his second wicket. We call him the man with the golden arm. He's not an express fast bowler. He's a gentle medium bowler, but he's a very smart bowler.
From one bend to the other too.
Bending the score here. Both bends. And ensuring that the headquarters, they don't get out of hand at all with runs on the board. 144 for 7 represents a very good bowling effort by the officers.
Indeed, and like I did say before the over started, that what the officers probably going to be looking for is to be able to at least get a wicket now, which should slow things down. But with just about 9 balls remaining in this innings, who knows? probably people might just take the chance to do as they wish and pile up some more runs. Let's see what happens.
Right, so the new man has come out. He's a right-hander. I'll tell you his name in a moment, but you're talking about Radio Eve Leary. Let's stay on that a little as we come to the end of the innings of headquarters. Troy Ben will bowl to him. And he gets it away to point. The return comes in quickly. And not out, says umpire Nadir Bash, who is on the other side of the pitch actually. Generally, the square leg umpire will go on the offside because of the sun. If you stay on the leg side, the sun will hit you plumb in the face, and sometimes you can't see the return crease well. That's one of the things I've had to cope with. Just teaching people about umpiring, very important that they know that as you watch the replay. Was his bat in the air?
Bat is in the air.
That bat seems to be in the air. Wow. Let's have a look at that again. The stumps the bails are removed, disturbed. And that bat, and that's another wicket going down. So we watched the replay, and now another wicket going down. So Ben is on a hat trick. And he'll have it once to do because he's got to take one more wicket. 144 for 9 now, I make it. And that projected score doesn't look possible now at all, Stan. But the wicket's tumbling for headquarters. Let's have a look at that one again. He stooped to play the shot, maybe to pull it through mid-wicket. Missed completely, and the ball cannon into the leg stump. Another look at that. He came forward, trying to give himself some room to improvise. And that's the end of him. He's gone for duck. 145 for 8 now. So it's a steady inflow, outflow of batters from headquarters. They flow in and they flow out.
We need someone to help us with the name of the new batsman.
2 wickets to Ben in the over. Final delivery coming up.
Someone say Michael Smith.
So it looks like a Michael Smith. The new man. Sharon Dean is out there with Michael Smith beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery to end. 3 overs for Ben. 3 for 20.
Son of the bigger Michael Smith. So he's Michael Smith Jr.
Right, I know Michael Smith well. So I think 1 delivery left. So 2 wickets in Ben's third over. And that's what we talk about him. How much we talk about Troy Ben. A very experienced cricketer. As we said, no express pace, but very intelligent cricketer. Good batter as well. He bats at the top of the order.
So 19 overs.
Look at the scores. Bodie 39, Leach 34, London 18. Top scorers, 145 for 8. In the 19th over, 3 for 20 for Troy Ben. Bernard Bailey 2 for 20 and Stephen Harris 1 for 22.
Legal deliveries to be bowled.
Right, so 19 gone. 145. So the final over coming up. Stephen Harris will bowl that. But Troy Ben's figures of 3 for 20 make it a fine spell of bowling for him, and not able to bowl 4 overs because not needed to bowl 4 overs. He's done the damage already. Flicked around the corner for 4. That's a nice shot. Down the leg side, straight there, Stephen Harris. And the batter got inside his stumps and picked it up nicely. And helped it for a boundary 149. 5 deliveries left to complete headquarters innings. So it's fantastic for Radio Eve Leary to carry the commentary and to bring different programs to the Guyanese public. How has the public responded overall to Radio Eve Leary?
It's been very good. One of the main things talk about is the fact that
Coming for the second run at the striker's end. He's outrun out. The finger of Moses Ramnarine goes up. So they'll only get 1 for that. and they've got 1 wicket in the bank now. I don't think they should have gone for that second run, but they took the chance in terms of the overthrow. But it didn't work out for them because the running was a bit too slow there by the batter on strike. So that'll be 146, I believe, for 9. So 1 wicket to fall now. 150, should be 150 for 9. So 1 wicket left in the bank for headquarters. But you're talking about the support.
150 for 9. As the final batsman make his way in. And this is Joel Jinks.
So Young Jugs comes out now, the final man. He's a fast bowler. And he's lifting that high in the air. Will the catch be taken it long off? It's taken. That's the end of the innings. 150 all out in 19.3 overs, I believe. 19.3, so they didn't get a chance to bat out their 20 overs stand. And that run rate really not something that would be attractive enough for headquarters, but they've got to come out now. And that catch taken there by Trotz. So that they now have to come out and get 151, I make it, to win the finals of the Police Commissioners T20 Cup Tournament 2025. I don't think it's been a good batting effort at all by headquarters after they lost the first 2 wickets. Wickets started to tumble very quickly. No partnerships of value. And so at the end of the day, they will have to look at that score and say, we've got to come out with a good strategy to defend 150 runs.
So 150 made by headquarters. The officers will have to get 151 to win from 120 legal deliveries.
Over this entire tournament. So I should probably ask you, what are your thoughts about, the strengths, weaknesses,
Richard Cummings. Richard Cummings.
Look, I've been around the competition for a number of years now because I generally do the PA system. They use the PA system to do commentary and so on, ball by ball, that is. But for this finals, you now have FL Sports being able to do this finals. So no ball by ball commentary. You do online, live streaming commentary. So I'm in the booth with you here, or in the box, or behind the screen. And this is all well and good for cricket in terms of police cricket, right? The publicity, the professionalism, the communication skills, being able to reach the world, because FL Sports reach the world. You've got police officers all over the world from Guyana who would have migrated, who live overseas and so on. So they would follow the game. They've got their families as well who would follow the game. So that says a lot about how far the Guyana Police Force, how much they've grown then in leaps and bounds, and being able to be a force to be reckoned with, where the citizens, not only in Guyana, but citizens who would have migrated and all over the world, follow the activities of the Guyana Police Force. And here is where communication skills are important. Here is where using technology is very vital for the Guyana Police Force. And you talked about Radio Eve Larry and what you're trying to do. I'm sure you're going to share in a moment a little bit of the vision, going deeper into the vision of Radio Eve Larry and what is in store for the people of Guyana overall. From Radio Eve Larry, you talked about that frequency, which should come on stream sometime. But then, when you look ahead to planning and strategizing, some of the maybe programs you're thinking about, other programs to come on stream and so on, Stan. But getting back to the question you asked about some of the teams and their performances, so as not to take you off track.
I was going to get you back there.
Yeah, they've got some good players, no doubt. I can't quite call some of the names because there are quite a few that are good. good enough. Trevor Ben is still there. He's in his 30s now. But they've got some good young players. A young player like Trots for the officers. Let me see if I can remember some names. But yeah, you've got Ali. You've got this young man that came out. You'll see him bowl just now, Jilks, a young fast bowler. I think he's playing for Police now, but he used to play for DCC. Yeah, that's where he started as a youngster. He can bowl, but they've got good talent. Even Mohammed, the captain for headquarters, he's a good player. He's been around a while. And they've got, I like these boys. They're not brothers, but they carry the same title. They played in the previous match for TSU, yes. But they're good. Alex, one is Alex, and the other one, the other opener. He got a half century in that game. But they're good. They're good boys as well. They're not bad at all. And but I didn't follow some of the other teams earlier in the tournament. But for sure, the Ghana Police Force, they're producing good cricketers. And the thing about the cricketers they're producing is that they've got a good mix of experienced players who are mixing with them. The Kemal Savories, the Anthony Adams, who played in the tournament, the franchise players, the guy, the Undertaker from Maltinos, Damian Vantal. They've got players. Look at Bernard Bailey. Well, he plays the Police now as well. But so they've got experience. And once you mix them with the Police players, the other players, they're going to grow. They're going to gain experience. They're going to learn from them.
Definitely, and of course I know Ryan, you were speaking with him earlier, also has been associated with the Police for a number of years, however in a capacity as a coach, and it speaks to the kind of quality that he would have brought to the Police Force to when you saw that he became head coach now also for the Ghana Harpy Eagles, and also was able to get assistant coach or deputy coach for Amazon Warriors also. Speaks also to his caliber, which he was able to actually repose in the players here. And this is one of the sports that the Ghana Police Force takes great interest in. As a matter of fact, all of the sports that we have athletes in, they do take seriously, but we're seeing in terms of the fruits of the labor, because athletics is not a big thing that the Ghana Police Force invests heavily in, and it actually has a clinic for that, both the cricket as well as athletics. You usually would see in the afternoons, like when this game is done, so many of the youths who will be here and who are actually training. And we've got some of them who have made it well on the international stage, doing very well, bringing back medals to Guyana.
I think they're pumping a lot of money into sports now. You look at Deputy Commissioner Budram, for instance, playing for the officers. I think he has had a great influence on the police commissioner to get him even more involved in the game of cricket for sure. I learned that, and that in itself says a lot. Because once you can get your police commissioner to be a big supporter of the game of cricket, especially and sports overall in the Ghana Police Force, you know that more money will come as well. You know that there'll be more infrastructure to ensure that the professionals are there to help with the coaching, the various clinics, athletics and so on, to ensure that these guys, the women and men, perform well in the sporting arm of the Ghana Police Force. And to have his presence here today says a lot about where sports is going for the Ghana Police Force.
Indeed, and you talk about women's involvement and so on, and it's going to be bereft of me if I don't make mention of the fact that the recently elected AAG president is a former police. So she just retired last year, and she has been involved in sports throughout her entire career in the Ghana Police Force, and is, as a matter of fact, still giving service to the Ghana Police Force in terms of sports, but now she's been elevated to the presidency of the Athletic Association of Ghana. So indeed, as you rightly said, the Ghana Police Force has been investing in sports for a very long time. This is just, I would say, the tip of the iceberg in this era, in terms of seeing you at the level of a deputy commissioner who is passionately involved in not just overseeing cricket but actually participating in its execution by being a player. And that in itself speaks volumes, and I know it's also an encouragement to other young players in the police force.
Right, so Stan, let's take a break for a couple of minutes because the innings has come to an end. Ever since we're just ensuring that we keep our listeners and viewers, alive and in the game and in discussions about the Ghana Police Force overall and the sport in arm. But we'll take a break, and when we come back, let's see how the officers will fare up to this total of 150 plus.
Definitely.
This is the finals of the 2025.
So welcome back at Eve Leary. We greet you with the news. The two batsmen, as you can see, they're making their way out. I know for sure Deputy Commissioner of Police Ravindra Budram would be one of them. We'll get the other names in a while. So let me just tell you what is happening here at Eve Leary. Headquarters against officers, and this is the grand finale of the Commissioner of Police T20 competition. Drawing in the final stages, and the headquarters winning the toss, batting first, and they mustered 150 exactly, and out of that Troy Leach scored 34 in 29 deliveries, and Bodie, Kevon Bodie, I guess many of you would know that name, he had 39 in 22. So it was a nice start, and then they ended up in a bad patch, and then right down at the back end they actually got the extra runs that they needed. So 151 to win the game. That's the officers are looking for that, and we'd have to wait and see how this peters out. But I guess a good start might see them a far way. A couple of wickets tumbling from the beginning can put them under severe pressure. In a while I'll be chatting with Veerasamy Permaul, our own icon and legend from Guyana, still playing with the Harp Eagles. First delivery. I think he was opting to leave that outside the off stump, got mixed up somewhere along the line. How are you doing, Veerasamy?
Very well. Thank you for having me on the commentary. It's a good afternoon to come out and watch cricket, police cricket.
Short, in behind, trying to tug it away down the leg side, gets a single, so they're off the mark. Troy Ben opening the batting with Deputy Commissioner of Police Ravindra Budram. But it's good that you can make time. You're so busy, and I believe very shortly, is it tomorrow or the next day, the Harp Eagles will be heading out.
Yeah, we headed to St. Kitts, I think it's Sunday, to play against the Leeward Island to continue the 4-day championship.
Well, Veerasamy, 581 first-class wickets in the regional tournament. You must be very proud of yourself.
Well, definitely. I think not only proud of getting a wicket, but getting it for Guyana. That, as a young boy growing up, I always want to play for Guyana, and eventually got the opportunity. And that once you put your mind to do anything, you could achieve anything.
Well, that's a beautiful way of putting things. I did it for my country. Yeah, patriot. And just in case you don't know who I'm talking with, let me just call back that name. You will know the name, Veerasamy Permaul. And he has been in the thick of things at the regional and international level for many years. He's the top wicket taker in regional first-class cricket. Brilliant. Just outside the line of the off stump. And Budram shuffling across, searching. I don't think he was finding anything that he was searching for. Excellent ball there from Hazel Williams. What do you make of this pitch?
Well, from looking on, I think it's a good cricket pitch. Probably a bit slow on the slow side, but as a batting and bowling group, he's still got to assess his cricket. He's all about assessing.
Way down the leg side. After one good delivery, Hazel Williams just spraying it wide down the leg side. And I wouldn't have been surprised if the umpire had called 2 wides. Brilliant sunshine streaming down and engulfing the Eve Leary ground, and a very high and pleasant Atlantic breeze coming into our faces. Wide but better line just outside the off stump. But I guess you've got to work for what you want on this pitch, or you think it's favouring the batting side a little bit?
I think it's cricket, and the basic never change in cricket. As a batsman, you still have the ball is new. You still got to see how you could get the sheen off and make it easier.
Patted away. He's going to get a single. Down to third man. That's going to bring the over to an end. Yes. So the first over. No, it's not the end as yet. But that's a brilliant statement, Versami. Glad to hear you put it that way. Because Border, for example, has been deemed over the years as a batsman paradise. But I saw Imran Khan there picking up, I think, 11 wickets in a test match. Michael Holding, I've seen Malcolm Marshall, some of the great people. Jeff Thompson, I was still a pretty young guy. I still feel young now in 2025. I look young as well, unlike Matthew Kisoon, my colleague in the commentary box. Short and whacked away down the leg side. I think that was a good shot, Versami. He rolled the wrist, kept it along the ground.
Yeah, definitely. I think the ball was short enough, and he played the exact shot to the ball at ball.
So you've spent so many years representing Guyana, and then you went on further.
How is that?
But this must be winding down time for you in your career. You've, as I said, captured 581 wicket, top wicket taker. What's on your mind as far as cricket is concerned?
Well, at this point in time, I think I'm just playing cricket because the love of the game. At the same time, I still keep myself fit as any player, and anything is possible. And I am a person that believes in God and said that whenever the time is right, God will make it happen.
And I've seen you played some valuable innings too as a batsman for Guyana, coming down at the back end. Would you say that you should have concentrated more on a little batting early in your career? Or was it all about bowling and spinning the ball?
Well, growing up, we never really had the opportunity because we play for Albion Competent Centre Cricket Club, where they had a lot of players, and it was hard to get opportunity to use the pitch at them days. And then Sinarain Chattogun and Narsing Dinarain was the first class player for Albion at that time. So I used to bowl to both of them, and then eventually bowl and just take it course.
Over number 2, Kanaya Ramkaran operating with the breeze. That was Budram there, just patting it away into the offside. If I ask you, who would you have looked up to in the early days as a great world bowler that you probably tried to emulate?
To be honest, I grew up playing just backyard cricket. Never had the opportunity to look cricket on TV.
Oh yeah, there weren't much TV then, right?
No, normally just listen to cricket
On the radio.
Yes. Sometimes you read it on the newspaper. But while growing up and after the introduce of technology and then TVs, I never really watched cricket as much. But when started to play the guy in a senior team, then I started look at bowling similar to me, and Daniel Vittori was the one that for me that stand out. And
New Zealand. Yeah, he was such a fantastic player. I looked at him bowl at World Cups, and so this guy ties down batsmen, amazing, talented. Here is Ramkaran. Budram lets it go outside the off stump. The pitch has been given quite even bounce, am I right?
Yeah, like I said earlier, it looked like a good cricket wicket. Thing is there for both batsmen and bowlers. I think once you put in the effort, you would reap the benefit.
Fishing outside the off stump there. He was searching outside the off stump like when a police officer is searching for a criminal. He didn't find him though. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and the family. I've seen you from a little child. I've described you for so many years, but I never had the opportunity to ask you about family in a while. Again, lifter outside the off stump, and Ravindra Budram is searching again, just pulling the bat. I think he was a bit late on that, if that's his excuse, but pulling the bat inside the line. Married?
No, not as
Not married yet. So what are you doing? You're just going to you like cricket, and you don't think you can share marriage and cricket? That's not such a bad idea. Gets the edge just past the wicket keeper and taken by short third man. Is that the end of the over? End of over number 2, 5 without loss. I'm talking with Veerasamy Permaul. So how big is the family?
well. Right now, just a daughter. Well, I think most people know my parents' situation, and well, I live with my parents all the time. It's in the situation.
So you still live with the parents?
No.
No. Okay.
Mother passed away.
Oh.
Father, well,
So sorry.
I don't know if you know the situation, but I don't really want to talk about it. So
That's okay. That's okay. So how many brothers have you and
I got one brothers and 2 sisters.
2 sisters? You're watching the grand finale. This is the Commissioner of Police T20 cricket tournament within the divisions, the various divisions of the police force, which would cover the entire country, all the regions. Hazel Williams had a good over a short while ago. Lifter again, another beauty outside the line of the off stump, just missing the outside edge. That's exactly what the doctors ordered, right, Veerasamy?
Yeah,
Just outside that line.
I think the ball has been consistent just around the half stump and getting the ball to leave the batsman.
Another one, but Troy Ben just tugs it away down the leg side. That's a beautiful shot, full of contempt. It was a trifle short. I think he was very quick on his back foot and really clobbered it away. Have a look at this. Short back and then pulled it down towards the long on boundary. Good shot. Come on, they should have been challenging for 2 runs there, and now they've decided very late to do it. Should have pressured the first run and then looked for the second. But Veerasamy, in your lifetime, your career, there were so many lovely, beautiful things that happened to you, I guess. Is there anything that you can remember off your head that you would say, this is the time and the thing that I liked most that happened to me? I mean, was it getting selected for Guyana? Was it what was it?
I would say selected for Guyana, but playing in front of my school for Guyana at Albion. I was still going to school when I was playing for this Guyana senior team, and playing with the like of Ramne Sarwan, Shemnarayan Chandapal at Albion, going to school and get the school support. That was one of the biggest highlights for me in my career.
So you're heading off to St. Kitts on Sunday to represent Guyana and the Harpy Eagles. What do you think are our chances in bringing home that title?
I think we got a excellent chance, but at the same time it's cricket. We know that we playing some very good cricket over the years, and in this tournament I think we're in a very good position of winning, but it's cricket that you got to go out and execute on the field. Still got to put the ball in the air. You still got to make runs, and I think we got an excellent chance of retaining the championship.
Now you would have bruised shoulders with a lot of cricketers that played international cricket plus in the Caribbean plus Guyana for all those years that you have played. Tell me some of the encounters that you had, who you liked, who was kind to you, who was so friendly.
Well, I got a lot. Yeah, because growing up, I play with most like at my club with Chathoon, Narsingh, Bishu, even Moti. And then I got friend while playing cricket from I think Chandrika and me was like close and close till now. And then I had like Chandrapal, Sarwan, and other players from the Caribbean as well.
Did you happen to meet and dwell with Hooper a lot?
Well, I did dwell with Sir Carl at the academy, the West Indies Academy. I think a year he was at the academy as a batting coach, and then I got the interaction with him, and we become.
In the air, Ramkaran is on it. Is likely to take the catch, and Troy Ben goes for 10, and the officers losing their first wicket. Very unfortunate there. I don't think he was close to the ball sufficiently, but he fired the bat, probably looking at the scoreboard. 3 overs gone, just 12 runs. And so he was looking to step on the gas, didn't do it the right way. Just ball ballooned in the air, and the catch, a simple catch taken by Ramkaran. Yeah, you were talking, so Carl was actually, I hardly interact and rub shoulders with cricketers simply because if I become too close to you as a friend, I'm likely to be biased in my judgment and in my commentary. Just that Chandapal came from my community, that brought a bit of closeness. But I'd say Carl Hooper was my closest friend that played for the West Indies. And what about Suresh Daniram? You weren't around then. You were a pretty little child.
Well, I wasn't around when he used to play for Guyana. But eventually, later part of his cricketing career, when he was in Guyana, I played couple of first division game with him, and I think the talent we had in the couple first division, it showed that how he was in the days when he used to play for Guyana.
Clyde Butts was once God rest his soul, once the leading wicket taker for the Caribbean. You overtook all of that too. You played with Clyde Butts, did you?
No, I didn't
You
play
didn't
with
play
Clyde
with
Butts. When I was part of the West Indies under 19, he was the manager. So I never played no game with him or against him.
Pretty strict guy, right?
I won't say he was a strict guy. He just like to see things go the way it's supposed to.
Long ago, many cricketers, they shared rooms. Once you're playing for the same team, you share rooms. Now I think that has changed. It's everybody to a room, right? Am I right? Still
No.
share rooms?
Only when you play international cricket. Internationally, you room by yourself, and locally you share a room most of the time.
Beautiful shot there, Stephen Harris.
Consider over. We're nearly in the office.
12 for the loss of 1.
Report to the office now.
Is there any particular regret that you have over these long years you've been playing cricket? Well, you told me what made you happy. You played in front of your own colleagues from school, representing Guyana. But is there anything that you probably regretted that you, if you have another chance, you would not have done again, just in a while? Third man is in the way, so just a single.
I wouldn't say regret, but I think having more chances of playing for the West Indies was probably the regret for me. But it didn't work out the way, and I think if it was for me, God probably would have make it happen. But whatever is I'm doing, playing for Guyana right now, that still motivates me, and I'd keep going.
Is there a Caribbean spinner, whether left-handed or right? I know you're left-handed, that imparted knowledge to you that, or you looked at and as a good spinner? Which one of our Caribbean spinners you would put at the top of the table?
Well, currently, I think, although rocking Carnival as a big guy, I think he's one of the best spinners we got in the Caribbean from looking on. And but growing up, I never really look at any Caribbean spinner. Uh, like I said, Daniel Vittori was the one that I look up to and try to emulate as much and learn as much as I can by just looking.
You never got to reach him, right?
Yeah,
Beaten outside the off stump, Budram groping.
I didn't meet him a series against the West Indies in the Caribbean. At the playing a President 11 game against New Zealand, and after the game, I have a talk with him, and he was showing me things that he think I could work on, things that I could improve on, and I think he'd leave his number with me that anything I could get onto him, and I could always reach out to him for any question or any way that he could improve my game.
Versami, thank you very much for chatting with us. It was quite a pleasure. It's for the first time. First time you're on air as well, am I right?
Exactly.
I hope your school is listening. Thank you very much, and good luck in the rest of the Caribbean CWI tournament, and I hope that you please bring home that trophy for us.
Yeah. Thank you for having me as well.
Nice little conversation there with Versami Pamal, the Caribbean's leading regional first class wicket taker, 581. So he's extending that lead intensely as he winds down, I guess. He didn't say anything about winding down. As far as I'm concerned, Versami feels and wants to play for as long as the selectors would have him play. But they're heading off on Sunday. Little lull in the game now. This is not such a good start. 4 overs gone, 13 for 1. And our own doctor is in the house with us. Good afternoon to you. Not such a good start. Looking for 151 to win the game.
Hi, good afternoon, Naeem. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Yeah, not the best of starts, but still wickets in hand. A long way to go still. 16 overs still to come. The required run rate not overboard, not massive, just under 9 runs and over. We've seen how good the pitch is. So 150, I would say, was a par score. Oh, good bouncer there from Williams. A great opening spell by him. Just conceding 11 so far, but he had a testing length. Look at this one.
Absolutely. This guy has bowled some fantastic, super deliveries. That's to the batsman. I think the batsman didn't know exactly what I should do because he couldn't pull out of the way.
Yeah, definitely a surprise delivery. Harris, I don't think he expected that much bounce, or probably beaten for a bit pace. For Williams, definitely a good start, getting some early movement of the seaman in the air. Beating the outside edge countless times already.
Well, he's pulling that one down. Pulling it down, that's deliberate. I saw Niall Smith in the ACS game here against Police getting the ball to lift appreciably. So you get the distinct impression from this pitch that, well, they're appealing. They're appealing that should have been. I'm trying to get the point.
So the square leg has signaled wide. A bit too high on that occasion. Another test in delivery. The player is not too happy with that call from umpire Nadir Bash.
Yes, I get the distinct impression that if you can get this ball to climb, You just got to bend your back. I saw a few bowlers did it last week. Outside edge.
And
Just-
down. That one was a drop catch. Naeem. But he couldn't hold on. Look at that one. Another test in delivery. Good length. Nice away movement. Outside edge. Look at that. Outstretched arm from Buddy, but doesn't stick. So chance goes to begging for headquarters. They definitely wanted that second wicket to put the officers under even more pressure. But we have to reiterate, we have to say it again. Williams giving headquarters a good start.
Wadram flashing, fanning his bat outside the off stump. He has had 11 deliveries. He's still on one, so a bit slow to get off the mark here. He's got to perhaps rotate the strike, have the other batsman come down, just get ones and twos, but the scoreboard must keep ticking. That's very important.
This one should be called a wide. And umpire Moses Ramnarine obliges. So the extras will get the officers a bit closer, but they need some boundaries. We're coming towards the end of the power play already. Just 1.5 overs left in the power play. 9 deliveries in that power play. They have to capitalize as much as possible before the field starts to spread. And again, good outward movement. We're in the 5th over. It's good to see that white ball still swinging, still moving off the pitch. Usually that white ball starts to lose the movement. Maybe 4 or 5 overs. Still an appreciative amount of movement.
See, we have the presence of the Commissioner of Police also. Asked him to come sit with us a little bit on air. So he said, okay, I'll come in a while. I guess he knows we wouldn't be talking police work. We'll be talking cricket. I'm not so sure whether he's a big fan of cricket, Commissioner Hickens. Well, he's here. It's his tournament in honor of him. Commissioner of Police T20 tournament involving can be probably 12 teams or more, but all the various regions across the policing districts. So they had a scheming off, and then finally they had a 3rd place playoff this morning. Budram back, then forward, uppishly into the offside.
As he moves up to 2, the officers after 5 overs, they're 17 for 1.
So the score 17 for 1 over 5 overs. We have to get 100 and 50 to 1 to win. Headquarters 2024 champion. Officers 2023 champion.
So the 3rd place this morning going to TSU, playing against region number 2. That's Pomeroon Superdam. So last year the winner of the tournament picked up $300,000. 2nd place $200,000. 3rd place $100,000. So what you're watching at is the grand finale of the tournament. Earlier we chatted with Ryan Hercules, national coach. Some very insightful discourse between himself and Matthew Kissoon. And then a short while ago, I had the pleasure of talking with Guyanese little iconic left arm spinner, Veerasamy Permaul, leading Caribbean regional wicket taker, first class, 581 wickets.
After 5 overs, headquarters was 53 without loss. Officers are 15 for
Naim at this stage, headquarters with 53 without loss after 5 overs. So they had a good start in that power play. Officers not capitalizing so far, but this is the last over in the power play. How much do you think they are aiming for in this last over of fielding restrictions?
Somebody's got to press that accelerator a little bit.
Another dot goes against Budram's name. Seen him bat before. Very stylish batter. Loves to cut, loves to drive. There's a cut shot into the gap. Beaten that dive and he's going to run away for 4. So the moment I mentioned his favorite shot, the cut shot, he brings it out and shows everyone here that he can bat. And now they need a few more of these. Look at that. Nice late cut. And the good thing about that shot, he found the gap.
Well, you alluded also to the good start that the other side had. That's headquarters when they batted. But I was due in the main to very experienced Kevin Bodie, who mustered 39 in 22 balls. And then he had London as his opening partner, 18 from 15 balls. So they, for the most part, they were going over 10 per over. And up to the power play. And then both of them went back to the pavilion, and then there was a sluggish period. And coming at the back end, we had some runs scored. Led, of course, by Troy Leach, 34 of 29, seeing the headquarters side to 150, all out.
From them, don't move from there. Long.
Nicely driven. Straight to the fielder. Just going to get another single. So 5 off the final over of the power play so far. 2 deliveries to come. They need 2 boundaries. But when that field starts to spread, it'll be a bit more difficult to hit boundaries. With field in. Just need to beat the gap and you should get 4. Leaving that one alone. Harris. Not sure what the game plan here is from the officers. Looks to be a nice easy pace pitch. Not a lot of demons, so should be trying to score off every delivery.
Get it.
Looking to hit this one very hard. But dot to end the power play. The officers in pursuit of 151. They're 22 for 1 after 6.
So up to the power play overs.
Still to come, we have Trevor Ben, Bernard Bailey. Guys that, can hang around, can score some runs, so some quick runs at that. At the moment, they'll need some quick runs. Earlier, the wicket went at 12. Now, wicket going to Kanaya Ramkaran. Wicket falling in the form of a cotton bowl. Look at the number of dots, 24 dots. That's equivalent to 4 overs, and that's in the power play. 4 of the overs in the power play basically not scoring off. That's not what you want in the final. Their umpire, Moses Ramnarine, signaling the end of the power play. Looks like Pernell London will bowl the first over outside of the power play. Notice the field has spread. Now 5 fielders allowed outside that inner circle. So a lot more protection on the boundary. It'll be a lot harder to score boundaries. And while we're chatting, that required run rate has snuck up over 9 now. 9.21. The officers still requiring 129 of 84 deliveries.
Well, they're giving the fielding side the luxury of not having too many men out on the boundaries simply because they're not hitting the ball around. So all the singles even are cut out here. There's a man at extra cover, short. There's a short mid wicket. So it's difficult. There's a man short backward square. So the singles are being suspended.
London's getting this ball to spin. He's going relatively quickly. Nice drive down the ground. Just one though. Let's see how Harris will play against London. Very circumspect as well. So I'm struggling to understand what a game plan here is from the officers. Used to just content with just knocking it around.
Well, neither of the two batsmen is trying to score. So that's why I said that they're giving the fielding side the luxury of not having to bother to do anything. They're plugging the short gaps to even the singles they're restricting. As you mentioned earlier in the over, 4 of those overs were dot balls.
.24 dots in that power play. 3 more already added in this over. That's not what you want in a T20. Made that 4 in the over. I think that last dot there, I think is strategic because Harris wants to strike for the next over because that was the easy single, but it turned down. That single, and now the crowd is starting to get uneasy.
Precisely, that's what I want to chip in and let you know. While they're working on this strategy and that, the crowd is getting angry. Yeah, I think they've got to turn over this strike more frequently. Singles got to start coming. Ones converted to twos. Sharp running. And in and out, you need a boundary. Because, look, 126 off 78. So the required run rate is increasing gradually, but on a constant basis. Look, required run rate almost 10.
Spin again to continue.
1-1. Go to the ball.
Cut away, but should be just a single.
Yo.
Protection out in the boundary.
Yeah, you go.
So already the signal from Amir Mohammed to come in and to cluster the batsman and keep him there for the rest of the over. 7.1, just 1 ball gone in this over. So the intention of Amir Mohammed is quite open now. Just keep him batting there. That's why he brought in the fielders.
Use the word intention there. And I want to know what the intention was at the last ball of the last over. Because Harris wanted to strike, but then turn it over in the first delivery. Mix up. And this should be the end of him. No, it isn't. Some confusion. But I think that was planned, Naeem.
No, I'm just wondering that if Mr. Budram's rank is senior, he's deputy commissioner, and that police officer seems very guilty. He could have underarmed the ball to the non-striker's end, where Mr. Budram was heading. He didn't.
So So Budram gets a life. Or I should say a get out of jail free card.
I don't think he was paying attention that the other batsman was charging down the pitch. He was looking at the ball, but the batsman was charging down.
1-1, easy one. The ball, Mohammed. How much left? How much left?
Good Yorker. We saw some very good bowling from, I think it's Williams, opening from the southern end of the ground.
Come. Well done.
Amir is trying to push the ball through very, very quickly. I mean, he seems to be a spinner. Got a little confused. So he's not going to flight. Just want to restrict them as much as possible. There's someone out there. But I think at least 2 runs could have been attempted there. That fielder, when you look back at it, had to run from the sweeper position at cover point and run all the way going towards extra cover, the region extra cover. So I think there was ample time, but they've got to press for the first run so that you can probably get the second.
Good delivery by Amir Mohammed. Lots of flight, slowing it up. Just a single to end his second over. The officers 29 for 1 after 8.
For 1 after 8 overs. Remember the target is 151.
Budram 10 from 24. Harris 5 from 13. Together 15 from 37.
The action rate is now 10.1.
In partnership, nothing too special there. Partnership worth 17 so far.
23 from 7.
Required run rate gone up over 10 now.
So the run rate has gone over 10 on 22 to get of 72 balls.
The defending champion at quarters, or can the officers play the wheel?
I heard a MC just now in the mic saying that someone needs to really mash on the accelerator. With the pressure that these two are placing on their team, those officers might be guilty of speeding.
Struck on the pad, flighted. Budram just coming out of his crease. I think that's what saved him, where the umpire thought that he was struck way outside of the crease.
Strategy, if the batsman is not scoring freely, this is a T20 game. You're trying to keep him as long as possible there. Because the rest of the batsmen left to come and strike the ball high and far.
I think the officers are able to make a drastic revision.
Not taking anything away from the headquarters bowling, they're bowling well.
In my mind, they're not bowling as they should. Because that the officers not scoring as they should.
As for the London, who I mentioned when he batted, or his side bat, he scored 18 of 15 balls. Opening the batting, of course, with Kevin Bodie, 39 of 22. Big offer. Stephen Harris there, just indicating that I'm not going to take this for very long. Just picked up, what, 2 runs?
So just 4 of that over. 9 overs completed. The officers 33 for 1.
33 for 1. After 9 overs. The score is 33 for 1.
So the officers in trouble against headquarters in pursuit of 151 made by Booty and company early on. Naim has left me. The good pastor now has joined me in the commentary box. Pastor Naim, match soon. 33 for 1. What's your take on the situation so far?
Hi, Ronaldo. Good afternoon to everyone. I wish Naim was a pastor. All right, but yeah, I think that the officers believe that because they have 9 wickets in hand, that they're still in with a big chance of winning this game because they're going to go after the bowling at some point in time. But really, as that shot is well fielded by London on the long on boundary. But my feeling is that they're allowing the game to slip away from them in terms of the runs, the run rate, and you've got to give credit to headquarters. They're bowling very well. They're bowling very smart. They're containing the batters. I think there were maybe 2 occasions when they could have effected runouts, right? But for some reason or the other, it didn't happen. Return came in, and one of the fielders, I think it was Kyle Michael, who didn't attempt to throw the stumps down. I think Budram may have been out of his ground. And then another return. Look, a quick single taken here now. And they're going to get an extra run, will they? That's gone for 4 overthrows. So 1 plus 4 make it 5 runs. And that's what I think headquarters might have been thinking about. They're not wanting to throw the ball away and give overthrows. They've got a bank on their feeling to back them up as well. That might be a problem with them. And you just saw the problem being seen because 4 extra runs given.
Yeah, that will help Mr. Budram's strike rate. 5 runs added to his score. He moves up to 16 now. 16 from 28 deliveries.
There you go.
I mean, look at that run rate, 4.18, and that required run rate. So if that required run rate gets out of hand, if it gets up to like 15 per over at some point in time, because we're in the 10th over, we'll have the break after this over, next 4 deliveries to come. Amir Mohammed has been good. He's in his 3rd over, the captain. Look at that, pull shot. Oh, dropped in the corner position. Would you believe that? That is awful from headquarters. They should not have put that one down at all. After bowling well and containing the batters, look at that pull shot. It went into the hands of the fielder and it popped out. Bad work on the boundary there.
Well, I have a question. Was that strategy, Pastor?
Obviously, it would have been placed there for that, for the catch, or to feel well if the ball is driven hard in the corner position. But that was poor on that occasion there. Another pull shot through mid-wicket. And they get one this time. So it looks as if they're going to pick up the tempo a bit. Some runs are coming now. And in the 10th over, 40 for 1. Budram all of a sudden unbeaten on 16 from 28. And Harris is 10 from 18. Harris is a danger man. Basically, Budram tends to give support. He tends to anchor the innings. But headquarters must be mindful of the fact that they've got to pick up wickets as well.
1. Good.
They get one for that. Long off wide.
Yeah, Harris is playing his shots, but just hasn't been able to pick the gaps and really time it to the boundary. Looking to hit each one very hard.
Go on,
Not looking for timing. so far hasn't really come off. Scoring less than run a ball.
Yeah, headquarters have stifled them a bit, stifled them a lot. And when you look at the halfway mark, not where they want it to be. Good delivery there from Mohammed to end the over. That should be the break. 10 overs gone at the halfway mark for the 2-for-1. So they've got to get 109, I think. 109 to get that required run rate, 10.9. All right, but look at Buddy, 39 and Leach 34, London 18. Ben 3 for 20, Harris 2 for 27, Bailey 2 for 20 in reply. The officers, Budram 17, Harris 11. Ben got 10, he didn't get going. And Ram Karan picking up a wicket, that wicket to have fallen. Officers 42 for 1 at the end of 10. We'll have the drinks break. We'll take a break too. We'll be back with you shortly. All right, the action about to continue. So they need to go at what? 10.5? We'll have to wait and see now how the officers will bat in this last half of their innings. They need to get 109. Make that 108 now. Single taken off the first ball by Stephen Harris. London bowling from the Place Pavilion end or the south end of Evilary. For sure you're not going to have the sunshine back, because it's almost 4:30 or 16 hours 30 in the afternoon. Ronaldo is back with me for this second half, a few overs. Good delivery. That went over the stumps. And what would Ramdedi backed away, looking to force it through the offside. Smart bowling by London, bowling round the wicket.
Goodbye play between London and Buduram. Buduram looking to play a bit more shots now. There he goes. Where's that one gone? Has it gone all the way? We'll wait for the signal. Looks like it's bounce four. But no, Buduram opening up. Getting bottom ball, look at that. Beautiful shots, straight back. They need more of that now.
Yeah, the plan is clear. You get the impression that the officers obviously backing themselves to get those 10 runs per over. And that's why only one wicket was done, because they want to preserve their wickets so as to go hard now in the final 10 overs. And we've seen a start for that already.
Looking for another big drive there. Mistiming it a bit. The bat turning in his hand. Officer approaching 50.
The first half of the innings, Budram didn't play so many attacking shots. So far in the 11th over, he's played more attacking shots than in the first 10 overs. And he's picked himself up a boundary.
Yeah, definitely a change of plan now since that water break. Or you can call it a strategic timeout. Cut away for a single. He's going to retain strike. Harris didn't want to take the signal. But Budram, I think he's finding his groove now. Wants a strike. A single to end the 11th. The last 2 overs come together, costing more than run a ball in each of those.
So they have to go to 11.44. That's the man you've got to keep an eye on. If that gets past 13 and 14 in the next 2-3 overs, well, there's a lot of pressure on officers batting here. And with still 9 wickets in hand, you want to know what the plan is. But somebody has got to take the chances. Harris would want to stay there because he's the more talented younger player as well. He can hit the ball more harder than Budram. So somebody's got to take a chance here and go very hard, hoping to be fortunate enough to get runs, or in the process they lose their wicket and in comes another player who can go on the attack.
Speaking of attack, into the gap. Good work by the field coming around from mid-wicket. Budram, I think he's got his eye in now. Faced 36 deliveries. Been there from the start. I think his role now is to play a few more shots, try to score a bit more quickly, get them close, and then hope the batters to come out and start bashing it.
I'm wondering if Young Jilks will have a bowl, because Mohammed is in his last over, none for 19 so far. He's got 5 deliveries left. And Young Jilks, who bowled well in the last game, they'll probably be looking to him a bit. Young fast bowler. That's hammered down to wide long off for 1 by Harris along the ground. And that 50 coming up in the 12th over. So they've got to get 101. 101 from 8.4. 8.4 to get 101, 11.65. That run rate keeps going up all the time. Let's remind you that the headquarters are the defending champions. And they're defending a small total very well so far. That's slashed in the air. Just over the head of Kyle Michael, out of his reach to his left. And what, they got a run for that?
I think the words to use there, badly misjudged. A lot of time to pedal back, but I think that was deliberate. Don't you think?
Yeah, could have put in a bigger effort there. Could have put in a better effort there. So they need 150 balls. So they've now got to go 12 and over.
Here again we see lots of power from Harris, but not timing deliveries, not timing this hit.
No.
Huge swing. Lots of power, but not being able to clear this boundary. Plus, I wonder if the plan is to keep him batting as long as possible. Maybe the patrons have paid to see him bat.
Someone said he should bat to the 19th over. Swept around the corner for 4, backward of square. That's a good shot. Waited on a slower delivery, tossed up on his pads, and he swept it nicely. Backward of square, all along the ground for a boundary. That's what they need to keep getting now. They need boundaries to make a good game of this, to come close to winning, if not winning at all.
That shot a bit more like Budram. Lots of classical shots he has in his book. Nicely played away all along the ground.
Amir Mohammed, the captain, none for 26 from his 4 overs. I told you about young Jilks who may get a bowl. We saw, was it Williams who opened the bowl in? Williams along with the intercounty player, bowling from the far end, the 2 fast bowlers, bowled very well. And then London came in for a couple of overs, and he bowled pretty okay as well. None for 13 from 3. Look at his figures. Excellent figures for Purnell London.
Finally gets hold of one. Lots of attempts in this inning so far. Finally gets hold of one. Timing this one and got a lot of it. MC's calling for many more of these. Massive hit.
That's Mr. Boyce, the man in charge of sports on the PA system there for you. 56 for 1. London, his figures will change a bit. None for 19 from 3.1. He's in his last over. Harris is 14 and Ravindra Budram, the captain and Deputy Commissioner of Police, 28 from 39. I think he's asked umpire Nadir Bash to have a look at the ball. And sometimes it gets a little bit dicey here, a little bit of cat and mouse game. Check the ball, see what's going on. Maybe the ball can get a little bit too soft and the ball, it doesn't come on to you. So you can't get it away if it becomes that soft. But it would appear as if after the ball was checked by Nadir Bash, the umpire at point, he's on the offside. They'll continue with that ball, so no problem with it at all.
Another one. This one not being able to go all the way and dropped right back on the edge of the boundary. That one should have been taken, Pastor.
Yeah, fumbled with that twice on the boundary there and then put it down. Oh, the field in the cow corner position there. That's a very familiar spot. That's a spot where the action picks up nicely. You've got to be good there. If you're in that position, you've got to be good. You can't drop catches like those. That's 2 going down. Now that will go for 6.
Pastor, that one narrowly missing the car driving by. That one left Eve Leary. Massive hit from Harris, and suddenly he's found his timing, and he's deposited 2 of the 3 deliveries in this over already over the ropes. This could be the turning point in this match.
Yeah, I saw that one. It nearly hit that car, that moving white vessel. But it bounced over into the compound of the Guyana Police Force compound on the other side of the street.
Look at that required run rate. Now back on the 11 with those 2 mighty hits.
Yeah, London hit a bit in this final over from him, spoiling his figures certainly.
Huge appeal from London. I'm not sure what he's appealing for. That one pitching way outside leg stump.
Certainly. But sometimes that's where you get all excited and you miss the basics of the game. If you're going to appeal for a leg before, you're bowling round the wicket right hand spinner, you must pitch in line. And the ball must be going on straight.
Not appeal, but the same thing. This time looking for the run out. Huge appeal, and he's given. Looking to steal a single of the 5th delivery, and look at the emotion from London. Being hit for 2 sixes in the over, now gets him out, run out. Harris has to go. Officers losing his 2nd wicket.
I have to be honest with you. you felt that was in the making. A run out was in the making. The way they've played, they held things tightly together, the headquarters, the first half of the game, or the first half of officers' innings, restricting them. And then now the officers realizing in the back half they've got to go hard. They've hit some nice 6s and 4s, but looking for the quick singles as well. And you just got the impression after maybe 2 close run-out shaves that they obviously would get one eventually. Second wicket going down via the run-out route. That was an easy decision for Moses Ramnarine to give at the bowler's end, and Harris is gone.
And in walks another national player on show today, Kimor Savory. Led the Harper Eagles this season. Very experienced campaigner. Played a lot of cricket here at Ivlery. He's in now in the 13th over, with the officers requiring 8-1 still. Acquired run rate just over 11.
Yeah, Savory has grown. He's grown over the couple of years. Started playing his cricket for DCC. So he developed there and then moved to police. I think Rutherford had done the same too. He used to play for Everest, then moved to DCC and then moved to police. Rutherford. But yeah, Savory will be heading off with the Guyana Harp Eagles team to St. Kitts shortly, I think Sunday. A good young cricketer in the making, and just needs to keep building strong on that talent and put in some consistent performances. That's lifted in the air, not timing the ball that well. Budram, the captain, but they got a single for that. And I think that's the end of London's spell. None for 28 from 4 overs. At one stage, 3 overs, none for 13. So 15 runs, I think, coming from that over. So that last over costing him 15 runs when the first 3 only cost him 13. So you would be disappointed with that, but at the end of the day, there was a run out in that over.
Yeah, and that's the nature of the game. Overall economy of 7, 12 dots included in that. So basically half his spell dot balls. We mentioned good start by Williams and Ramkaran. Amir Mohammed continued it. But the 2 spinners now bowl out. They'll have to introduce a fifth option. The last partnership worth 58. Now Savory joining Budram. Budram, who's started to play a few more shots. You call for Jilks, here he is.
Correct. This young man has got talent. I know his family well, know his mom well, and he's grown up playing cricket. Initially at DCC, now he's with the police team. So they're invested in him. He's got talent, and he's got a little bit of pace even at his age. He's a youngster, and they're banking on him. And he has to come good. In the last game, I think he picked up 2 wickets, and it was the last over that was being bowled, and he was able to prize out 2 scalps, and they won that game to get into the finals. So they'll depend on him and the little magic he can work to ensure that headquarters can win this finals second year running and retain the trophy.
Come. Watch still. Let Bob come. Bob, come.
So 7 overs left, 42 deliveries left. So they've got to get 80 runs. Still almost 12 and over, 11.3. Still a tall order. But with Savory there, the national player, anything can happen. So there'll be a run out? Yes.
Go ahead this time.
So, Pastor.
Comical cricket. Apparently they don't want him out.
And there we can see on the
Now
screen.
this is very interesting cricket indeed. They don't want him out because he's batting slow. In their estimation, headquarters, he's batting slow, so they don't want him out. Very interesting indeed. He was a long way in getting into his crease, and for some reason or the other, headquarters decided not to disturb the stumps to effect a run out. That's very interesting cricket.
I see a chat between the two umpires, but I'm not sure what they're chatting about. The stumps weren't broken, an appeal wasn't made. So Budram has made his ground and he's not out. Let's get on with the game. He's up to 30.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever seen this before in cricket, honestly. I don't think I've ever seen that happen in cricket at all. Not where he's walking off the field and then call back simply because he didn't remove the stumps or disturb the stumps or remove the bails. Very interesting. Will this work in headquarters' favor? We'll have to wait and see. Savory's on strike.
Get it.
Takes that on the pad, going down the leg side.
London.
Well, Savory will have to be the man to take the game away from headquarters. They prefer Budram to remain there, but I don't think they checked that score carefully for Budram. 30 from 41 balls. That's not bad. Now that beat the keeper, looking for the reverse sweep shot, what you call the switch hit, and that'll be buys. So they get 4 buys to that. But you don't need to give away runs like that at all. 76 for 2.
I gonna get him for me. I gonna get him. Sorry, brother.
So just past halfway.
Yeah, Kyle Michael who's bowling. Swept fine. Flicked around the corner by Kimmel Savory. He's a good improviser and he picks up a boundary down to fine leg.
Yeah, and this is what the experience of Savory brings to this team. Michael, see that he made room for himself, firing it into his legs. Savory, very good batter. Realizing that the fine leg was in the circle, just had to beat him and pick up 4 runs for himself. High run rate still around 11. Not impossible, definitely not for Savory. We know how he can explode and accelerate towards the end of an innings. Here he is, going after his man again, giving himself room. And hitting this one up and over cover, beating the fielder. A deep extra cover, another 4. This over, a bit expensive, 13 off it already, 1 ball to come. And you asked the question earlier, Pastor, would it work in headquarters' favor? Budram, the solid rock so far, has been there from the start. Building a partnership now with Savory.
1-1.
The last over costing 15. This one costing 14 now. A single to end the 14th. The officers 85 for 2.
In my personal opinion, I think headquarters would have erred in not dismissing Budram. And that's a personal opinion of mine. I just get the impression that they erred there. Because even if Trevor Ben was to come next and he can hit the ball, we know he's very busy. He's a very busy player. I've got to back myself as a bowling side. I've got to back myself as a bowling side. And that's what they haven't done here. You've got to pick up wickets. So I don't think I was quite impressed with that approach to Budram's dismissal, where he should have been dismissed via the run-out route, but they decided to give him a chance. That's the phrase I will use. You don't do things like that in the game of cricket at all. You make cricket look like it's not cricket at all. That's my personal view. For those who are watching, viewing, that's my personal opinion. He should have been back in the pavilion. Let Trevor Ben come and show that you can bowl to any batter on the officer's side. That's the way cricket should be played.
Ramkaran back into the attack. His first 2 overs, 1 for 2. Ian Williams gave headquarters a good start with the ball. And now he's facing the national wicketkeeper batter, Kemal Savory. He's on 9 of just 5 deliveries.
It simply tells me that your psyche is different. The way you're thinking. You're thinking that if the big hitters come, they're going to get the runs easy. And that's why you didn't allow Budram to be run out. That's poor thinking. That's poor cricket, to my mind. Look at that. Big 6 from Savory. They forgot that Savory is there. It's not Budram alone that's there. Savory is there. And Budram is smart enough as a captain to ensure that Savory gets most of the strike.
Speaking of strike, that one struck out of here. Savory looking to make a statement before he heads out to represent the Harpy Eagles. Not a big shot, and that one's going to clear. Eve Leary again, hitting the cars outside on the road. Back-to-back sixes for the wicketkeeper batter. He's up to 21 of just 7 deliveries. And how impactful is this little cameo by Savory? 54 needed now from 34.
He is the franchise player. He's a good player. He's in the Guyana Harpy Eagles side. He bats up the order for the Harpy Eagles. He's a talented cricketer. You have to bowl proper to him. You can't give him sixes like that. So it's bad bowling. And I don't think Ramkaran should have come back from this end to bowl to Kemal Savory at all. I still think that's poor cricket by headquarters. But he's got this man now. That's how the game changes. He's got his man. Ramkaran would have heard me and said, don't worry, Mr. Kissoon, I'm going to get him now. He's got him bowled, middle stump knocked out of the ground, and the big scalper's gone. Kemal Savory, after hitting some lofty blows, he's gone. 97 now for 3 as we watch the replay. Big shot, missed completely, and the middle stump out of the ground. So 3 wickets gone, and Ramkaran has picked up his 2nd wicket. Slanting the ball from round the wicket into the left-hander, kept it low onto him. That was the end of Savory. That's better cricket now from headquarters. They've removed the big fish.
Yeah, Savory gone for 21 off just 8 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s in that knock. Strike rate of over 260. Ronald Ali, the new batter.
He's the vice captain of the side, and he's a good cricketer as well. Very good cricketer, left-hander as well. And I was talking about Trevor Ben, but I forgot Ali had to come before him. Look at that. So they've still got good batters in the bank. They've got players in the bank to come. They've still got some hard hitters like Graves Andy. He can hit the ball hard as well. The big man himself.
But a little innings by Savory, has that just injected some fuel, some impetus to this innings? That's required run rate now back on the 10. We saw it climbing. It's now back on the 10. well within reach of the officers. Oh, back-to-back wickets. A similar delivery by Ali. Slower delivery from Ramkaran, sorry. And Ali has to go first ball. Big swing. And losing his middle stump as well.
That's what T20 cricket is all about. Exciting. You've got to have a strong heart to take this cricket on. He's on a hat trick, and that's what we were saying earlier, that headquarters have got to back themselves to bowl and pick up wickets. And that's what they're doing now. This has proven to be a very good over indeed. 3 wickets to 14 runs so far for Ramkaran.
In the replay, you can see Ramkaran just pulling the little fingers down the side of the ball, taking the pace off, and beautifully disguised by Ramkaran. Brilliant comeback after being hit for 2 sixes. He's on a hat trick now.
Yeah, dismissed his fellow Esequibian Inky Mulsavory just now. And now removing Ali, the vice captain, who's a good player, good all-round player. But here comes the busy man himself, Trevor Ben. I said earlier he's got some medals on his belt for being a sprinter. That's Trevor Ben. And he's also a good long jumper. So he's a good athlete. Hails from Essequibo. Ryan Hercules, the Harp Eagles coach, you were talking earlier about him and how fit he is. He's in his 30s, but still a very fit cricketer, Trevor Ben. Toured with the Guyana team a few years back, but never played a match for Guyana. It showed what sort of player he was over the years initially, but now playing all his cricket for Police and sharing that experience with younger players. That's what you need from someone like him.
Trevor Ben, very animated player. He used the word busy. He's very animated. Let's see how he faces up to the hat-trick delivery. 54 required from 32. Well played. Well played by Ben. Just keep out the hat-trick delivery. Ramkaran trying a similar delivery again, taking the pace off. Very slow delivery. And a brilliant comeback from Ramkaran so far.
Yeah, very nice over indeed. Picking up 2 wickets, was on a hat trick, but Ben avoiding that. His final delivery coming up to end his 3rd over. Ben gets off the mark, turn towards backward square. That's the end of the over. 15 gone, 97 for the loss of 4.
I'll give you an opportunity for redeem yourself.
Look at the officers' camp. Everyone locked in, focused on the game. You see Kenroy Joseph there in the camp as well. Savory, who's just dismissed in that last over. So focused on the game. Probably thinking of where he could have hit that one. The one that he missed and lost his middle stump. Bernard Bailey padded up, probably next in. The officers 98 to 4 after 15. And look at the full house we have here at Eve Leary. Lots of support for this initiative. Ben now to face up against Jilks.
Yeah, so young Jokes will have a bowl, it looks like. This is where the game gets very interesting now, because it's obvious as a young cricketer in the making, batters will want to go after him. A lot of intimidation to show him that you're inexperienced, but I've got experience. Look at Ravindra Budram, the captain, 30 from 41. He's there. He's been there from the start, anchoring the innings. And Trevor Ben, who's been a good cricketer, will say to to young jerks, you youngster bowling to me. I'm not going to allow you to make inroads here. I'm going to show you that I'm a class player. I can bat, not just bowl and feel well and take catches, but I can bat as well. But it's an exciting game, no doubt. 53 runs to get. Third man, point. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover, long off. There's a long on. There's a man in the cow corner position, mid wicket on the boundary, and fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. Young Jilks, fresh blood, a bit of pace, right hand over the wicket. And that will be one for the over. You see a little pace in him already.
Yeah, Ben is asking for a wide, but took a step down the pitch. I think that's a good call from umpire Moses Ramnarine. He's, of course, in the best position. Just from my vantage point, it looks as though it was a good decision. Ben taking a step down the pitch. Now wearing a helmet. And Jilks trying to intimidate him. Ben not easily budged. Not a good delivery from Jilks.
I told you about this young man. He can bowl. I don't think he's more than 18 years old. I'm not sure. I think he's about 17, 18. I could be wrong. But he's young. Young, fresh, strong. Nice little bit of action there. Just a single to backward point. This young man is bowling with some pace. Obviously, he is kept back for the end of the innings, where the big hitting comes into play. And when you have the extra pace and you bowl accurate, you can contain the batters. Yeah, 1 run so far from 3 deliveries, bowled by Jilks. So that'll be a wide. He still got a bowl, 3 deliveries, but 2 runs have come off his over so far. There's 100 coming up in the 16th over. Still a game on. Still a good game on. Yeah, the support for the officers are clear here, up here in the pavilion. He pushed the ball to mid-on, and a gentleman said, lovely, clapped his hands and said, keep going on. 1 more to the total.
Well, I'll tell you, Pastor, as if the officers get over the line, I don't know who's the man in the match. The man who's been there from the start. Oh, speaking about match winning, that one's out of here. And look at the other Ben on the boundary. He loves it. That's 1-6. More to the officers. Look at that. Waited on it. And look at the look he gives. I told you, very animated character is Trevor Ben. Getting hold of that one. Officers up to 107 now. They need a further 44.
That was an excellent shot. That was a shot of excellence. Picked him up and flicked him with the wrist over mid-wicket for a big 6. So this is proving to be a really exciting finals. A slice in the air, top edge, down to third man, 4 runs. Took his chance, Ben. Knew he wanted to go after the bowling. Final delivery, and that overs cost him 13 runs when he did start well for his 3 deliveries.
And that's T20 cricket for you. The officers don't know how they come, don't mind how they come, but once they come. So 40 delivery, 40 to get, sorry, in 4 overs, 24 deliveries. That required run rate 10 and over. Ben up to 12. Look at that mid-pitch press conference. Talking strategy. And while they have their conference, headquarters are meeting to discuss game plan in the last 4 overs. So Bodie led the way with 39, Leach with 34. Helped headquarters get up to 150. Being bowled out in the 20th over. The officers now in reply. They still need 40 more. 4 overs to get them. Ramkran still has 1. Williams has 1. They gave the headquarters team a good start with the ball. Ramkran picking up 3 wickets already. Pudram been there from the start. 31 from 42. You'll see the rock, that constant star for the police officers. Ramkran, it looks, will finish his spell. He has the ball in hand.
If Trevor Ben gets most of the strike, officers will win this game for sure. If headquarters are able to remove him before further damage is done, with bat in hand, they will still fancy their chances of winning this game. So Ramkaran, 3 wickets on this belt, will bowl his final over.
It should have been a wide, but just clipping the legs, the pad going on the leg side of Budram. So leg by. Just a single, but the important thing is Ben is back on strike.
This is where headquarters will have to be very careful in how they bowl to Trevor Ben. Can't give him room, don't give him width. Bowl the ball well up under his bat. I think the coach will tell you he's going to go for some big shots, but you've got to keep the ball right up under him. That's a good delivery, not bad at all. Good line and good length. He got it out into the offside for 1. That squared him up. Ball came off the outside edge into the offside. It's exciting indeed as we come down to the end of this tournament this year. Bowl him. Bowled, all ends up. Budram finally goes. 31 he made. And comprehensively bowled by Ramkaran. His innings coming to an end in over number 17. 5 wickets down now, 113. And Ramkaran picking up his 4th wicket.
Yeah, Budram hit 3 fours in that innings. Looking to go for his 4th. Big swing. But beaten all ends up. And another middle stump knocked back by Ramkaran. He picks up his 4th wicket. Still has 3 deliveries left in his spell. Can he pick up a 5-4? The new batter is Bernard Bailey. That knock giving the officer a solid start. Not the fastest, but solid start at the top of the innings. He has to depart. Now they need some firepower from Bernard Bailey and from Trevor Ben.
Let it normal feel. Let it normal feel go. Come back. No, Bobby's here. Leach, come here. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, Bernard Bailey comes out now. Well, he's no rabbit with the bat for sure. He's left-handed batter, and Ram Karan will bowl around the wicket, looking to slant the ball into him again, keeping it low. Hoping to pick up a 5-wicket haul, 4 for 16 from 3.3. That's excellent figures for Ram Karan. Two deliveries left to complete his spell. If he's hit for 2 sixes now, it will spoil his figures a bit in terms of runs. But that'll be 4 for 28. But he'll have to hope it's not more than 4 for 20. Or it could be 5 for 20. Or even 5 for 16. Yeah, they get 2 for that. Good running. The ball was traveling slowly into the leg side there. $115 now. I make it for 5. 1 delivery left for Ram Karan to complete a fine spell of bowling. 4 for 18. I don't think he may have expected to have picked up 4 wickets, but he's got them on this belt.
Brilliant shot there by Bailey. I want pinged off the bat, and look at this. This is what we call theft, Pastor. Bailey and Ben stealing a 3rd run there. Capitalize on the lapse by the bowler. And as I said, that's theft, Pastor. It's against the rules.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of this in this type of cricket. You won't see a lot of this in IPL for sure, where a lot of overthrows are given. You send in the return, you don't take it cleanly, they go for the extra run. Then when the return comes in again, it's not taken cleanly, you get another run. That's 3. His figures now, 4 for 21 from 4, is excellent. It's excellent, right? No doubt. In the context of the game, excellent by Ram Karan. He's completed his spell, and he's done well for his team.
The last Manhattan chart, the officers winning this particular phase. And not a conference there between the headquarters boys. Strategizing, how can they defend 33 and 3? We see the wicket-keeping pads being taken off Booty. He probably will be coming on to bowl. He's marking his run up. Well, Booty led the way with a bat for headquarters. Can he now lead his team to a victory with the ball?
You know Booty to be a bowler? You know Booty to be a bowler?
I know Booty to do everything. As we call it, all-round cricketer. Does everything. Bit of batting, bowling, wicket keeping, a gun in the field as well. Here he is with the ball.
Kyle Michael has put on the pads and gloves. He will do wicket-keeping duties as Kevin Buddy will bowl from the far end. It's getting a little bit darker now. 3 overs left. It's 13 minutes after 5. And no one has left the ground, I can tell you. This is gripping cricket. We'll have to see how Buddy will fare here to Trevor Ben and Bernard Bailey. Yeah, Bailey's on strike. 33 from 18. See 11 runs per over. One of the things Buddy has got to be mindful of, do not bowl short. Do not bowl short on this pitch. You're going to be put away. If he bowls short to Ben, he'll be put away for 6. I can guarantee you that. Right hand over the wicket to the left-handed Bailey. Good delivery inside edge. Inside edge onto the bat. That's clearly seen, inside edge onto the bat. And that was a quick delivery. That was a quick delivery.
That one actually been signaled leg by umpire Gas. Signaling that pitch outside leg stump. Ben back on strike, 13 from 8.
This is a serious clash now. He has a bit of a long run, doesn't he? Right hand over the wicket to Trevor Ben. In the air. Would the catch be taken? Taken! He's got his man! Ben is gone! The trick has worked for the headquarters in bringing Kevin Buddy on to bowl. Fantastic piece of cricket by headquarters to remove Trevor Ben.
I did say Buddy does everything. Bat, bowls, keeps. Now coming as a match winner here. If he takes headquarters home, he probably might be man of the match, leading the way with the bat. And now, beautiful slow delivery. Ben looking to hit this one over cover. Could only manage the outside edge. And a good take by the fielder coming around from cover. Look at that. The spectators are excited. They're getting involved in the game. They know how tense the situation is, how tight this match is. 32 to get. Required run rate just about 12.
Yeah, the new man is Trotz. Trotz is a good cricketer. Very good cricketer. But the officers are under pressure now, no doubt. With Ben gone back in and the top order, it's left up to Bailey and Ivor Trotz to show what they can do here. But Kevin Buddy has struck. He hasn't bowled in the tournament at all. This is his first bowl in the tournament. And you can see a lot of tense faces around. A bit of disappointment maybe, but remember the game is not over as yet. The fat ladies in the ground getting ready to strike up. That's a nice shot. They'll get 2 for that. Nice shot. Played through extra cover. And Trotz gets himself off the mark with a good looking shot.
and that will win them the game. 2 runs a ball will win them the game. Required run rate exactly 12. 30 to get from 15. A few big hits can actually make that a bit easier as well. Booty and headquarters trying to minimize those run scoring opportunities. Nicely played away. Looking for 2 again. Pushing for 2. And a bubble in the outfield. Another 2. Booty's not too happy with that. 28 from 14 now.
Bob coming in circle. Bob coming in circle like you're seeing.
For me, what's a little bit strange is that you've got 5 men on the offside, actually 6 men on the offside, and they were able still to get 2 runs. You've got to have a man close in a bit. The ball has got to beat him to go down to the boundary in order for them to pick up the 2. They've got most of the men out on the boundary area. You've got backward point and cover now. So I think they're trying to close that gap there a bit so you won't get the extra run. That's sliced in the air. Catch. Taken. Kevin Booty has struck twice in his very first over in the tournament. 2 for 4. And he's still got a delivery left.
This match is swinging back and forth. Headquarters took the lead a bit early in this game. Police officers laid a solid foundation. Then a few big hits from Savory, swung it back their favor. Then some wickets. Some big hits again from Ben. And now, a few quick wickets here for Headquarters, swinging it back in their favor. Number 7 goes down. And now the Headquarters have that pep in their step again. And Graves Andy now makes his way out in the middle.
He held that one back. That was a back of the hand delivery. And Trotz maybe playing the shot a bit too early. Got it off the leading edge. Flew in the air into the cover area. All Booty had to do was run to his left and took the catch. Excellent cricket by Headquarters indeed. 5 runs off of Booty's over. 2 twos and a leg by. And he's picked up 2 wickets. Final ball coming up. And the big man himself is out there now. Key West Graves Andy. Brilliant from Kevin Booty. 2 for 5 from his very first over. 18 overs gone. 123 for 7.
Everyone here at Eve Leary looking on tensely. The pigeons are looking on as well. He has the best view. Some would say the bird's eye view of the game. I wonder who he has to win this game. Look at comparisons. Last couple of overs, the officers have won, scoring much more compared to Headquarters in their turn to bat a bit earlier. But none of that matters. All that matters now, 28 needed from 12 deliveries. Even Mr. Pigeon knows it. 28 to get from 12. Williams back into the attack. Showed us some pace, showed us some bounce, some outward movement with that new ball. But now he's back with the older ball. His last over coming up. Required run rate 14. A good over here can swing things their way. A bad over can swing things back in favor of the officers. So a lot depends on how this over goes. Taking a long time to get the feel right. The skipper wants to ensure everyone is locked in. Everyone knows where they have to be.
So Williams is going to bowl.
Yeah, Williams bowled well at the top of the innings, along with Ramkarani initially. So he's back now for over number 19, which will be his final over, none for 15 from 3. So he's done the work as well for headquarters with ball in hand. It's left up to him now in his final over to come good.
There's no one out there, Pastor. And that one's going to run away for 4 runs. 4 runs first delivery. The pressure now is on Williams. I did mention this over, if it goes, could swing things the officer's way.
It was a bad ball. A bit too wide. He gave him the width to go after him, to slash the ball away through the offside. A bit too much width on that occasion from Williams. He needs to get the ball a little bit closer to the off stump.
So lots of excitement here at Eve Leary. 2025. There's a lot in store. 24 to get from 11. Commissioner's T20 cricket tournament culminating here at Eve Leary. 24 to get from 11. A long time to get the second ball of this over as well. Skipper now taking a chat, or having a chat with Williams, trying to calm him down, trying to find out what the plan is. A few changes in the field as well. Umpire Moses Ramnarayan just ensuring the required number of players are in the circle.
Third man, point on the boundary, cover on the boundary, long off and long on.
Passer, that one's left here. And Eve Leary has erupted. Totally erupted as that one left the ground. Another bad delivery. Short delivery. You spoke about those short deliveries. And Bailey just rocked into that one and deposited over the stands here. And this is the excitement we came here to see. Look at that. Look at the crowd go. Brilliant shots from the cameraman there at square leg.
Nervous moments to Williams here and headquarters for sure. Nervous moments. His first 2 deliveries, a 4 and a 6, 10 runs. Now that makes it very easy for officers to win this game now. His next 4 deliveries can determine probably the outcome of the game. You may not even need to go into a final over. A bit of bad bowling from Williams here for sure. A 4 and a 6 so far. Yes, he is indeed. You can sense game pressure here for someone like Williams. Sliced in the air. Catch taken by the captain. That's the end of Bernard Bailey. So after 10 runs from 2 balls, the third ball producing a wicket. Bailey was into full stride, and now he's got to depart. 133 for 7. Another crucial wicket to get at this stage to make the game even more exciting.
Yeah, this game has swung back and forth all afternoon. And I'm not sure if our spectators still have fingernails. Slower ball from Williams. Bernard Bailey going after him still. I think he picked the slower one, but just couldn't time it properly. Coming off the toe end. And just, offering a simple catch for the man at short extra cover. And now 8 wickets down. The officers, they still need 18 to get. 9 legal deliveries to come. We're in for a treat.
People saying they want a super over.
Well, with two big guys out there now, Gravesandi and Newland, I don't think they will take chances running between the wickets at this stage. It's all about boundaries now. These are the two biggest guys in the side.
3 hits will do it. 3 big hits will do it.
Michael Newland will face up to Hazel Williams. That's not out going down the leg side. And they actually came through for a leg by. I make it. So that's a leg by. A good ball in the context of the game. 2 deliveries left to complete his spell. I think he will want to finish his spell very quickly for sure.
Do not go to the glove before the game is over.
Gravesandi, the big man, the other big man to face up now. I think that would have come off the pad as well. Another leg by. So the big men can't, they're not very nimble on their feet to get inside the wicket and flick the ball around, to pick up the 1s and 2s and even a boundary. The ball has struck both of them on the pads. 2 leg bys.
This is the excitement we want in the final. Fading light. Down the track and off the pad. He's bowled. So what a story is being written this afternoon. The officers losing their 9th wickets. Coming off the pad. Ricocheting back onto the middle stump. And look what it means to the headquarters team. They know they have the officers on the back foot. And speaking of back foot, look at that. Off the back foot, onto middle stump. Newland has to go.
Sensible cricket from Hazel Williams. 2 for 25 from his 4-over spell. So himself along with Ram Karan has picked up 6 wickets in this game. 135 for 9, 1 over left. And they need 16 runs from 6 balls. And I've got to be honest with you, if I was a betting man, my money would have been on headquarters, for sure, if I was a betting man. But remember, all of that can change with a couple of losty boundaries. And the game could be all over. And officers can still win the game.
Lusty or streaky, doesn't matter how it comes. Couple of outside edges. Past the keeper. You never know. Past the Kisuan, 16 runs to get 6 deliveries.
I don't think Newland needed to come down the track. He advanced down the track, and Williams saw him coming, made sure he bowled the ball close to him, looking for the big shot, came up the pads and went onto the stumps, and that was the end of him. Kevon Boody is the man who's picked up 2 wickets in his very first over in the tournament. Gravesandy's on strike. Both batters yet to score. Well, Raheem Haynes yet to face a ball. He's at the bowler's end. And in fading light, Kevon Boody will bowl to Gravesandy. Well, he'll have to go back to his mark. It's so much pressure in a T20 match that even some of the persons watching the game begin to behave very biased. Full toss. That's gone for 6. And that's a no ball and a free hit.
Passed it down and signal no ball as well. So 9 to get from 6. And now he has a free hit. Not the best way to start the over.
I said to you before the over started that even though if I was a betting man, I would bet on headquarters. Look what just happened. 7 runs from 1 ball. The 6 and a no ball and a free hit.
The
Look
worst
at that.
possible way to start the final over. Full
Don't-
toss over the waist and deposit it over square leg.
Don't tell me the ball slipped out of your hand. I'm not sure I'm going to believe that. I think he was looking for the Yorker. But Gravesandy's a big hit of the ball. Very big hit of the ball. Four balls to get 10 runs. Right, 5 deliveries to get 10. I think it's all about sticking to the basics now, Kevin Moody. You don't need to bowl anything like you did with the first ball, which was a no ball, over the waist and put away for 6. 7 runs alone from that 1 ball. Nine from 5. That's the end of the match. Catch taken down at extra cover. Gravesandy goes. And headquarters have retained their title, winning by 1 wicket with 4 balls left in the game. Winning and retaining the title, headquarters champions. And they've shown why they won the title last year, and they've defended it well this year again.
Yeah. Brilliant final. Brilliant match you'd want as a final. Lots of excitement. Held the attention of all spectators here. And I'm sure you at home were thrilled at how this match played out. Look at that. Final moments of the game. Taken at cover. Lots of spectacular acrobatic celebrations. What a way to get victory. A victory by 8 runs for headquarters. Back-to-back victories for them. Look at that. Slower delivery from Buddy. Going after it. Couldn't get it past that man. And look at that. Well, look at what it means to those guys. The emotion on the face is showing there.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant indeed. Indeed, headquarters winning by 8 runs. And I said 1 wicket just now. That was my fault. Forgive me, viewers and listeners. Winning by 8 runs in the very final over, and 4 balls were still left to be bowled. So it showed the class of headquarters throughout the tournament. It shows why they're a strong side, and it shows why Police T20 cricket is very competitive. So a fine victory for headquarters. At the end of the day, Buddy getting 39, and London 18, Leach 34, Bentry for 20. In reply, Ravindra Budram top scoring with 31, 28 to Stephen Harris, and Ramkaran 4 for 20 with 3 wickets going to Buddy. They really put in an excellent performance, and you know for sure from the start of the officers' innings, they kept them in check in terms of the run rate, and that put pressure on the officers. And then after that first wicket went, they began to lose wickets along the way. But at the end of the day, a wonderful tournament coming to an end. We'll have the presentation and awards given out in a short while, but we'll take a break just in a moment. When we come back, the awards and presentation ceremony.
And that person receive a trophy and a cash prize of $20,000 from Senior Superintendent Narain would be none other than Mr. Ramkaran from headquarters. So we move on while he's putting on his uniform. Okay, so we move on. The scoring 39 runs off 23 balls, none other than Mr. Booty. And to do this presentation will be Senior Superintendent Johnson. Kindly come forward, who will receive a trophy and a cash prize of $20,000. The MVP of the finals, also scoring 39 runs and taking 3 wickets, Mr. Booty again. To receive OC Lowenfield, Senior Superintendent Lowenfield, to do the presentation. And we had one special inclusion. The overall MVP of the competition, scoring 236 runs and taking 8 wickets, Mr. Damian Vantal. Mr. Damian Vantal, is he here? Mr. Vantal, you need to come dressed in your uniform, sir. He's from Region 2. Come through, Mr. Vantal. Come, Mr. Vantal. Mr. Vantal, come along, come along. We'll ask Assistant Commissioner Parsham to do the presentation here, sir. A trophy and $20,000. And let me just indicate to you there's a special incentive. But this does not carry a trophy. But $20,000 goes to the oldest player in the competition, and that is none other than the captain of the officers team himself, Mr. Budram. And we could only ask Mr. McBean, sir, could you come forward and do the presentation? No, yes, but he's player. He's player. He's the oldest player. All right, and then there were three. Coming down, third position goes to TSU, who will receive. Oh, yes, we had a special incentive also for the first century in the competition, and that goes to Constable 26615 Roberts. Roberts from region number 2, the first and only century, will receive $20,000, and we're going to ask the bandmaster himself to do this presentation. The first and only century in the entire competition. Mr. Roberts, congratulations, sir. So coming down to bottom, to receive a trophy and $100,000, the tactical, along with 15 medals, the tactical services unit, we will ask Mr. Watts, Deputy Commissioner Operations, to do the presentation. A trophy, 15 medals, and $100,000. And now to present to the second place team, the captain also of the second place team will do the honors. Mr. Budran will present to his people, who will receive a trophy, 15 medals, and $200,000. The officers. And it is always said, we save the best for last. To receive a trophy, 15 medals, that's gold medals, gold colors, matter of fact, gold color medals, and $300,000, and retaining the championship glory, headquarters will receive from the Commissioner of Police himself, trophy, 15 medals, and $300,000, sir. Who's coming forward to receive? Commissioner, this is your call, sir, to present. I'm thinking when he's not so happy in presenting to them. Okay, all right. Commissioner, being a sportsman himself, will present the winning trophy, 15 gold color medals, and $300,000. Gold medals, sorry, sir. So we're going to ask all the teams to close in for a photo up with the commissioner and senior officers. All the three teams, kindly close in for a photo up. Yeah, move the table, move the table. Yeah, move the table. Close in, put on.
your part.